scales and workshops for neurotypical children, students with determination, educators, and parents. To commence our program, we will start with the national anthem. May I request you all please rise workshops for neurotypical children and students with determination, educators, and parents. To commence our program, we will start with the national anthem. May I request you all please rise workshops for neurotypical children and students with determination, educators, and parents. To commence our program, we will start with the national anthem. May I request you all please rise workshops for Now, let us all enjoy a musical performance by our very own UAE musical talent, Ali Shamsi, Saeed Shokari, and Mr. Shukri. Thank you, Alia, Saeed, and Mr. Shukri for the wonderful performance. Now, I would like to invite you to watch the pre-recorded message from the Associate Provost for Research and Deputy Commissioner of the UAE Expo 2020, Professor Ahmed Murad.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to welcome all of you for the event Quality of the Education in the University of the Future that organized by the College of Education of the UAE University at Expo 2020 Dubai. The goal of this event is to raise the awareness of the wide range of opportunities and approaches for enhancing the quality of education available to students and adults at the University of the Future. Starting today and over the next 2 days, the College of Education strives to exhibit innovative research-based practices and showcase the employability of these practices in reality to highlight research activities and establish a theory-practice nexus. Additionally, in demonstrating innovative practices in education, the UAE University and College of Education strive to disseminate this knowledge to local and international communities at large through sub-themes: the neuroscience of education in sports, STEM, literacy, interactive games and workshops for neurotypical children, students of determination, educators and parents. Educators are reshaping the future of education through a global crisis, moving beyond the 21st century education. lifelong learning in innovation, enabling, inclusive, and global environments. The College of Education often seeks to bring to the table important discussions concerning the field of education across the globe. In doing so, we believe we will contribute to the beginning discussions about revamping the educational system to align itself with the concepts of opportunity, mobility, and sustainability that our contemporary societies are promoting. The epitome of our educational settings develops a student's personality, skills, and knowledge. We want our students to have fun through the gamification of education, become lifelong learners, and reshape the future with their creativity, innovation, and imagination. At UAE University, we have an important tool in equipping future educators with the necessary tools to effect positive change and implement a forward-looking educational system. We acknowledge that we have a central role to play by enriching the experiences of students, faculty, and community at large. These principles are in line with the UAE's Centennial 2071 plan, which seeks to propel the nation's education sector to become one of the best in the world. I would like to extend my thanks and best wishes to the organizers and participants of this event.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed. Thank you, Professor Ahmed, for your inspiring message. With much honor, I would like to call upon the Assistant Dean of Research and Graduate Studies, Dr. Myra, to state her introductory remark.
Okay, welcome everyone. I won't stay behind the podium, otherwise you will not be able to see me. So welcome. It is truly my pleasure to welcome everyone to our 3-day event. It's a historic event for the College of Education. Our Expo committee has been definitely hard at work in ensuring that we come up with a vibrant and enriching program that everyone will find meaningful, regardless of whether you are a teacher, a parent, a school leader, an administrator, or just an ordinary individual who would like to know more about quality education in the university of the future. Let me just put down my mask so that you will be able to see my face. So we might as well call it for what it is. It's actually a 3-day conference, educational hybrid conference of sorts that we have prepared for you all. And we are truly excited to launch it today. Before we officially begin, I would like to acknowledge the incredible support provided by Professor Ahmed Murad, who from the very beginning has been generous-hearted and patient throughout everything. The College of Education thanks you from the bottom of our heart. I would also like to thank our beloved Dean, Dr. Najwa Mohammed Al-Hassani, for entrusting this historic event. Sincerely hope that the entire event will live up to her expectations. She sends her apologies for not being here today, but trust me when I say that her spirit is with us constantly throughout this 3 days. I would also like to thank our Assistant Dean for Student Affairs, Dr. Osha Al-Muhairi, who unfortunately could not join us today, and her entire office. Ms. Muzun, where are you? Ms. Muzun, there she is, for all the help and capable assistance they have provided. The various heads of department who are with us face-to-face, some of them are joining us virtually as well for their support and encouragement. Faculty members who were generous with their ideas and efforts to ensure that the event will be a success. Administrative staff who were just always there to lend a helping hand when needed. And of course, our students, our undergraduate and graduate students. I think we're still waiting for our undergraduate students to join us very shortly. They've been so committed in ensuring that they volunteer their time, their energies, their services, demonstrating such strong university spirit and love for their college. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much. Last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the Expo committee team for their hard work and dedication as they all have gone over and beyond the call of duty. Aisha is the picture of that, going over and beyond. We navigate all the requirements and adapt to sudden changes as they happen, which, as you all know, as per normal for such a big event such as this one. Now, what do we have going on for today? Our first day is pretty special as we celebrate neuroscience and education in sports, STEM literacy. You've been hearing that since a while back. Our panelists and speakers have prepared interactive games and workshops for neurotypical children, students of determination, including gifted children, educators, and parents. So from brain imaging to the application of neuroscience to sports performance, to student game shows and interactive read alouds, we have your full day covered. Although we are starting just a tiny bit late. I think we're still there. Now, as I try to put into words what it means for our committee and our college to conceptualize exactly what it means to have quality education in the university of the future, I came across this beautiful poem. For those who know me, you would know that I am such a huge poet fan. I came across this poem by Alberto Rios, a poet laureate from the United States, and I felt that it fully captures the nature of what we intend to do in the coming 3 days, and let me share it with you. When giving is all we have, by Alberto Rios, one river gives its journey to the next. We give because someone gave to us. We give because nobody gave to us. We give because giving has changed us. We give because giving could have changed us. We have been better for it. We have been wounded by it. Giving has many faces. It is loud and quiet, big, though small, diamond in wood mills. Its story is old, the plot worn, and the pages too. But we read this book anyway, over and again. Giving is first and every time, hand to hand, mine to yours to mine. You gave me blue, and I gave you yellow. Together, we are simple green. You gave me what you did not have, and I gave you what I had to give. Together, we made something greater from the difference. It is our hope that together, we are able to make something truly valuable and meaningful from this 3-day experience, and that we will be greater from the difference as we share with you all that our college has to offer. And thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Myra. And now for our first event of the day, Neuroscience of Education, Brain Imaging and Affairs, presented by Dr. Sarah.
That's Mike? Okay.
Still not seeing.
Okay. So let's start. We're going to talk about neuroscience, education, brain imaging, and affairs. All right, but I'm going to focus on the importance of neuroscience. All right. This is the main objective of the presentation today, is to talk and address the significance of neuroscience to the education field. I'm going to try, all right, I'm going to try my best, all right, and start a dialogue, all right, and challenge some of the notions that educators still have, all right, in the education field, and especially the teachers and the academicians in the education field, about teaching practices that improve learning outcomes. I'm going to start that, all right, I'm not. I'm not an educator. I mean, I'm a university educator or academician, all right? But I haven't been in schools, all right? I haven't been working with students. I'm not a practitioner or a field teacher. I haven't been in that. But I will start. I will initiate. I will try to initiate this dialogue and challenge some of these notions, all right? Based on evidence, all right? So how many minutes do I have for
25.
25, all of it?
Yes.
Well, I have to move fast. All right. So the first point of the content here that I will focus on how important is neuroscience to education, right? And then we'll try to talk very quickly on and address neuroimaging and education, specifically MRI and FNIRS applications. And then we'll try to talk also address maybe 5 minutes and talk about the current research that one of the PhD students in the College of Education is working on, which is using FNIRS with dyslexia students or with the students who have dyslexia, as well as also address some typically developing groups. All right. So, neuroscience of education, or educational neuroscience, is a new emerging field, all right, that emerged because of the need to combine multiple disciplines, all right, and improve learning outcomes, all right, in schools for students, and see and discover and investigate and explore, all right, new ways, all right, new ways on how to improve learning outcomes in schools. And then from a neuroscience perspective, and use lab evidence-based data, all right, experimental studies, exploratory studies, all right, to see, all right, what can help the students, all right, retain, what to help the students how to retain information and remember information over a long period of time, all right? So this is basically what educational neuroscience said. It is probably, you know, relatively a new field, all right? It's been like, you know, emerging since, you know, for the last about 10, 15 years. One of the studies that I came across, all right, when I prepared for this presentation, is that one of the studies asked this question: do you think teachers are eager to learn about the brain, about the neuroscience? One of the studies, I think, was in Canada, because kind of neuroscience seems to be complicated. Learning about the brain seems to be complicated, all right? This study actually found out, all right, that they are, the majority of teachers, all right, are very eager to learn about the neuroscience and about the brain, all right, and how to improve learning outcomes in students based on the neuroscience. However, all right, many teachers, all right, and that is globally, and these studies are based, are actually have been done in Canada, US, and Spain, all right, and Europe, all right. Many teachers are susceptible to neuromyths, all right. Knowledge and information and teaching practices, all right, that are myths, all right, or knowledge that are or practices based on neuroscience, all right, that are actually myths and not true, right? And I will have an exercise here, very quick exercise, to see who amongst you, all right, they have 3 pieces of information, all right. A, all right, individual learns better when they receive information in their preferred learning style. Example, auditory, visual, kinesthetic, all right. B, all right, differences in hemispheric domains, left brain, right brain, can help explain individual differences among learners. And C, all right, children must be exposed to an enriching environment by age 3 or else learning capacity will be. These are 3 statements, all right? Who's amongst you, all right, who have been exposed to these 3 statements? Some of them are true and some of them are not true, all right? Anyone? No one has been exposed? A and B, all right. A and C. ABC. All right, you think these are most of them are correct, right? Or no, some of them. Which one? So let's start with A. All right. So I have here on the top left side not a unit, and on the right side a unit. All right. Okay. So let's start with A. Who thinks that A is not a unit? Raise your hand. All right. Is not a correct statement. Correct statement. Which one is the correct statement? Yes, be brave. Some of them are like, come on. All right. Okay. All right, A. All right, this side here. A. Correct.
In terms of unit or not a unit?
Not a unit. So A. Is A not a unit? Okay, so A is a unit, not is a correct statement, not a unit. All right, over here. I want everyone to be try to be involved. It is a correct statement. All right, okay, all right. So A is the majority say that A is a correct statement. All right. B. Correct statement. Dr. House says, I like that. All right. Mr. Hunt, psychologist, come on. All right, B.
Yes, I agree with B.
Correct statement. All right, who else? Not correct statements on my own. Okay. All right. So, all right, the majority, Mr. Ali, Dr. Ashraf, Dr. Ahmed, correct statement. All right. Okay. C. Dr. Ahmed. Huh? C. Children must be exposed to an enriching environment by age 3 or else learning capacity will be lost. Correct statement? Correct statement. Correct. I have disagreement here. It's correct. It's a neural map. All right. Okay. All right. Do you know that all these 3 are neural maps based on neuroscience? I told you I'm going to challenge you. And this is evidence. I have the citation. What is it? The next slide. I have the citation from the paper that actually was published in 2021. All right, based on a study in Spain. All right, a systematic review.
Children.
Yeah, but then the remaining part of the statement makes it incorrect. All right. All right. So these are all right, myths. All right, and there's another slide. All right, these are all myths. All right, that if you take this study actually was done in Spain. All right, for a systematic review. All right, reviewing all of the myths neuro myths that teachers have about. All right. Okay. Huh?
IQ for us.
So this is challenging, all right? Because these actually the three that I just mentioned earlier, are the most common myths amongst teachers. All right. So this is an important. That's why neuroscience is very, very important, and looking at evidence in order to improve practices and learning outcomes on this. So when we're talking about education and neuroscience, the focus here is to know how learning occurs, all right, in the brain, because ultimately, what you want to do when you're teaching someone or when you want someone to learn, all right, you are actually manipulating their brain. This is what the brain learning. This is where learning occurs, all right. Behavior. You're changing behaviors. You're manipulating the brain. You're changing the brain, all right. You are teaching new skills. You're changing the brain, all right? So it is very important for teachers, all right, to learn about, how the brain works and how knowledge occurs and how memory also works, all right? Not in-depthly, but to have some ideas about it and also to know what things that they can do to improve that learning outcome. So learning, actually, the process of learning, right? The process of remembering, the process of recalling, the process of memorization is underneath the umbrella of neuroplasticity. All right. Neuroplasticity is what actually occurs in the brain, all right, in order to retain that information, in order to remember that information, in order to learn that skill, in order to everything, all right, is underneath neuroplasticity, all right. And things happen in the brain, all right, when you learn something new, all right. Chemical changes occur, all right, because of learning new skills or behaviors, all right. Structural changes occur, all right. Connections, new connections are being built, all right. And then, so we have to learn, and functional changes occur. So we have, as educators or as teachers or as people who are working in the field, we have to know which things that we can do, all right, in real life, all right, that will improve, all right, neuroplasticity, right? Okay, so this is basically, if we can, Dr. Mara, we can go to this slide, open the new video, the first video.
Yeah.
It's about a 6 minutes video, but I think that will also give you a visual of the neuroplasticity and what things that can.
When every aspect of the human brain is working together in harmony, we are blessed with a symphony of multisensory experiences and sensations. We can understand language and communicate extraordinarily complex ideas with each other. We can appreciate the beauty of nature and discover what it feels like to find meaning in our lives. The whole brain, when functioning correctly, is a phenomenal dance, coordinating 20 billion bits of information every second and mapping a three-dimensional projection of the world in a flurry of insight and deeply personal experiences. The human brain is capable of producing anything from a profound, transcendental meditative experience to being triggered into a senseless fit of rage, fear, or depression. But what makes our brains react the way they do? Is there a reliable way to condition your brain for better experiences? At birth, the human brain is a flurry of superfluous connections with almost every part of the brain connected to every other part of the brain. During the first 2 years of life, the human brain undergoes the first major stage of the lifelong process of synaptic pruning. Synaptic pruning is the process of synapse elimination that occurs in a developing brain that is shedding unnecessary connections. The selection of the pruned connections follow the use it or lose it principle, or neurons that fire together, wire together. This means synapses that are frequently used have strong connections, while the rarely used synapses are eliminated. Pruning is influenced by many environmental factors and is widely thought to represent learning. The developing brain sheds unnecessary connections and empowers the connections that aid in survival and mastery of the environment. In this way, the brain creates a specific and mature circuitry that is primed for handling the complexities of daily human life. The simpler associations formed in childhood are thought to be replaced by more complex structures that are better suited for adulthood. Furthermore, synaptic pruning has also been associated with neural Darwinism. When a herd of bison is hunted, the slowest bison at the back of the herd are the most likely to die. This process of thinning the herd leaves the herd itself faster and more efficient. Likewise, cutting off the weakest, most unused connections leaves the whole brain more efficient.
On your own, and then it is very beneficial to teachers actually to watch this video in order to understand how science is important and what things that they can do, all right, to improve their practices. All right. So. All right, so since I already challenged you, and I think you have now the desire to probably, I hope that you have a desire to explore more and probably go and review and evaluate your previous practices or previous notions that you have about learning and how to improve learning in students. But these are three major strands, in neuroscience that was learned, The first one, neural network hypothesis of learning, and I have detailed slides about that, but we will just discuss very quickly, which is basically, that exposure to any new information, would improve learning outcome if the exposure uses multi-sensory, All right, and probably most of you know that already. All right, but what happens from a neuroscience perspective is that multiple pathways, all right, develop because of new multisensory experiences. All right, for example, if you look at a rose, an image of a rose, all right, you develop only one pathway for the brain, all right, which is probably the visual pathway, all right. But if you touch the rose, all right, there is a new pathway that is being developed, all right, and if you smell the rose, all right, this is another pathway, a new pathway that is developed, all right. So this is the first one. The second one is the hierarchical relational binding theory, right, which is actually talks about that exposure to any new information, all right, is processed in the brain in different ways, you know. So for example, if we use the rose example, all right, the shape of the rose might go to a specific compartment in the brain, all right. The name of the rose might go to another compartment, all right. And the smell goes to another compartment, all right. The color goes to another compartment in the brain, another different areas, all right. And then once that learning occurs, all right, the person who just learned this, all right, whenever they want to retrieve it, all right, they use a third area, another area, all right, to retrieve all of that information, combine it, all right, and use it or process it, all right. So this is the hierarchical relational binding theory. The third one, which I think is the most important one, all right, the most important one is attention and awareness, emotional novelty and novelty and familiarity. And I think that is a very, very, very important based on recent human studies. And I think many of the teachers probably know that, right? That learning improves or learning outcomes improve or retention of information improves, all right, if there are positive emotions, all right. Negative emotions, all right, impact learning negatively, all right. Novelty is also an important aspect that students actually, or the brain retains information if it's more new, if there's a surprise element, all right. And I think for teachers who teach probably in the secondary or middle school, all right, they have to introduce that because very often, all right, they introduce the same topics that have been covered in elementary school. So they have to use the novelty and surprise element in order to improve learning outcomes. So these are basically the three strands in neuroscience. All right, I'm going to move quickly and address neuroimaging and education. This is slightly slow. All right. Many studies, all right, study education from a neuro educational skills, all right, and behavior from a neuroimaging perspective. Neuroimaging are devices that take images of the brain during specific skills, all right. They previously, all right, the most common studies focused on MRI, all right. MRI devices are very huge devices that are available medically in the hospital, all right. And that was the focus on the previous studies, all right. Most recently, so these are all MRI studies. Most recently, the new technology emerged within the last 15 years, all right, which uses actually near-infrared spectroscopy, that's near for short, right? And this technology, all right, help us. It is a very non-invasive, all right, just shining light on the brain, all right, and testing or evaluating the oxygenation of the brain will give us idea about which areas of the brain active or active, all right, with new specific skills. So participants can move freely, can do tasks. This device can be taken to the hospitals. All right. This device can be taken to the hospital, all right, to the school, sorry, can be taken to classrooms, all right, in order to evaluate the brain functions and brain activities during different tasks and different activities. These are, within the last few years, all right, these are the different tasks and different behaviors that have been evaluated using FME. So let's give you like an idea, a quick idea about the engineers as a technology. If we can play quickly the second video, which is about 3 minutes, I think. Right. Before we move on to Mr. Al-Azhar to talk about his research. How many minutes do we have?
Yeah, we don't have.
We don't have,
Yeah.
so we just give him 5 minutes to talk about his
Yes,
research?
yes.
All right, we'll do that.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for attending. My name is Al-Azhar Muhammad. I'm going to Dr. here. You have to be here. Thank you. Will you remove this, please? Yeah. I'm PhD candidate at College of Education, Special Education Department. I'm going to continue what Dr. Safi has finished right now. I'm doing my research. I'm going to convey what neuroscience has applied in education, and I'm going to make a link. I'm using SNEERS, the most suitable device in education for reading skills. As we have to know at the beginning what we mean by SNEERS. It's a functional red spectroscopic neuroimaging. It gathers brain activity. It's going to measure oxygenated and deoxygenated hemoglobin in the brain. Its wavelength around 650 up to 950 nanometers, and it changes of oxygenated and deoxygenated hemoglobin in cortical brain structures. So at our college and our university, we are going to reduce the distance between the lab and school environment. Experiments should be designed to capture ongoing brain activity and physiological phenomena, which are related exactly to the realistic scenario at educational process. Our research is regarding the cortical activation as a result of reading stimuli for students with dyslexia and typically developed readers. It's a new insight from SNEERS. Here, we are going to investigate our purpose of our study. We are going to measure the cortical activation area in the brain while the students performing reading the Arabic task by using SNEERS. Here, as we all know, reading is a complex skill because it needs a range of low and high level of cognitive process which has to be engaging together in order to be carried out. So also our aim and our necessity for such a research, it's relating to neuroscience and especially in education because we have a list of research in cognitive measures available in the Middle East. So our research significance, the most important point or the most significant one is detecting the brain activity in the early age for students. This means that educators and instructors can build up on this and make suitable instructions and intervention programs for students, especially those with determination. Time is chasing us, I know, sorry. We have to research a question, our research, just to let you know what we are applying in our research. Is there any hemodynamic change in the cortical activation for grade 3 students whom they are performing reading the Arabic task? It's also novice because it's the first time to apply such a device for students in Arabic countries. Also, the second question is relating to the performance, the actual performance of students. Here, the researcher is measuring the latency of students while they are answering, and at the same time, the response errors for both students with dyslexia and typically developing readers. Here, the method, the research design, it's going to combine exploratory research, which is talking about new topic, which didn't be done before, and at the same time, experimental group, We have two groups, students typically develop and students with dyslexia. They are 14, 7, and 7. All of them are from UAE, Arabic is their mother tongue. We are using FNIS and at the same time using block design. Our block design in the experimental group here, I am doing 20-second baseline, then 2 minutes for, let's say, for the first Arabic task, identifying the letter sound, then 20 seconds as a rest time, and then repeated it again because I did 3 tasks, each one in 2 rounds. The first one is in order, the second one is shifted randomly, and they are 2 variables when they are our groups. Here our result, and our result for the first question, I am using 3 times 2 times 2 repeated measure ANOVA because we have 3 tasks, and the second 2 is regarding to round. In each task it has 2 rounds, and the other 2 is the variables, dyslexia and typically developed, to measure the difference between tasks according to group. In cortical activation variable, I am using ANOVA analysis followed by LSD post-hoc, and for the comparison between the 2 rounds in each task, I am using per t-test. For the comparison between the 2 rounds in each task, I am using t-test in difference in cortical activation variable according to 2 groups and independent t-test analysis. Here, for the second question, for performance, as you have seen now, the participant performance was measured according to latency and the number of errors in both groups. The conclusion of our study is that FNIS is extremely essential tool for evaluating the brain activation pattern during functional language activities. Also, it highlights the neurological foundation of language learning, and at the same time, many studies have recommended FNIS that is the best and accurate technique for teaching brain activity in response to students. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please.
So we would like to award Dr. Mohammed Safi the certificate of appreciation. So for Mr. Elazar, it's to follow. We have it here, but thank you so much.
Any questions? Maybe they.
Yes,
There you go.
Following on that great talk, we have the neuroscience of sport presented by Dr. George Narcis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What should I be standing? And here? All right. Shall I use this mic?
Yes.
Many thanks again, and welcome you to the session. If I may have the first slide, please. So the topic is going to be about the neuroscience of sport, and I know that this is an exciting topic, and those who are doing sports might be more familiar with this topic. Before I start, if I may thank the committee of the Expo committee, also many thanks to the leadership team of the college, especially to our dean, Dean Najwa. Many thanks to the assistant deans, Dean Dr. Osha and Dr. Mayra for the great work that they are doing. This event would not have been possible without the support of the people at the office of the college, Miss Muzun and Miss Asia, many thanks. I'm going to present work that we have done in the Department of Physical Education as well. And I would like you to thank my colleagues at the department. Dr. Abdul Salam Jassim Al-Jabi, the former chair of the department, Dr. Georgios Stylianidis, the former chair as well, Dr. Jamar Al-Noaimi, Dr. Mario Berkali, Ms. Subaida Shrey, Mr. Balaz Gabor, and Ms. Alanud Saleh Tail, and many thanks for your support during the course of this event as well. So I'm going to cover two hot topics due to the time limitations. So the first topic is about the neurophysiology in exercise and health. And I'm going to touch mainly the topic of physical and mental health, and also the topic of obesity. And then I will explore further the neurophysiology in sports performance with an emphasis in performance enhancement, fatigue, and recovery after exercise. In searching the literature about this topic, it was fascinating to me to find this nice paper published a few years ago, and I realized how deep and rich is the Arabic world contribution into the neuroscience. Of course, I'm aware about the huge history of this region in medicine, in physiology, in biochemistry, among other disciplines. But it was fascinating to read that the first report about neuroscience was collected and published in 758 in the Arabic world. And that's indeed a very great success, and people in the region should feel very proud about this. This is documented by the science. Of course, I assume you're aware about how this neurophysiology is happening. Allow me to make an introduction about the basics of physiology. You might know that the brain is controlling a lot of activities, a lot of functions actually come through the brain. And you might know that the brain is communicating with our muscles and organs. So for me to be able to move and speak, there is a signal that is coming from the brain to the appropriate muscles. What I would like to share with you is that the organs and the muscles also communicate with the brain. Did you know that? The organs and the muscles are communicating back to the brain. So whenever we do a type of exercise, not organized exercise, but let's say walking, there are receptors, messages from the muscles that realize the tension, and they send a message to the brain. There are also messages regarding the temperature. So when we exercise in the heat, the muscles are building heat. This triggers some neurons in the muscles, and they send a signal back to the brain. So this is fantastic how this is operating in our body. And this has been very nicely described by one of our colleagues in 2003 in this nice slide that actually presents the brain and the various signals that the brain is sending to the muscles, to the various systems, but also keep in mind our organs and the muscles in the case of exercise also communicate with the brain. So exercise, as the title states, starts and ends in the brain. And this is really fascinating to study. Let's kick off this nice journey by presenting some data about obesity. And you might be aware that pediatric obesity, the childhood and adulthood obesity, is of major concern. And our colleagues in our department, but also in the university, in the United Arab Emirates University, have nicely presented this work in this slide that is in press, is under publication. And as you can see on the right-hand side, the habits of the people in various regions of the world are being described. A major challenge around the globe is the lack of sufficient physical activity. A lack of sufficient physical activity will lead, among others, into an increase in body weight. This has been described in this paper as well. What can we do? So the authors of this work from the Department of Physical Education, from the College of Education, and from other colleges in the university, the United Arab Emirates University, have devised a device that can make kids enjoy doing exercise, but also learning about the benefits of exercise. For those who have more interest, they can follow this paper, which published recently. As you know, we live in the era of COVID. We live in the era of a pandemic. How has the pandemic affected the physical activity levels? With my colleagues in China, and in particular, most of them based in the Shanghai University, we investigated the habits of the Chinese people from the very first day of the first lockdown. It was the 24th of January of the year 2020, when we rolled out this intervention, this survey. More than 12,000 participants, data from more than 12,000 participants in this paper have justified that the physical activity dropped significantly within a week. Everybody knows that, eh? No need to publish. So why got this paper published? First, because we described this, among the first to describe this event. And secondly, because we found out that those individuals who were able to do some type of physical activity at home, they felt really better during the lockdown. I hope the work that we published is not of use. I hope we never be in a position to have a lockdown, but this is what we have found at that time. Doing physical activity while being in a restriction during the pandemic has helped the people to feel better. That's a significant contribution to well-being. And indeed, the benefits of exercise are not only in the physical dimension, in the physical domain, but they are also in the mental domain. Like proper exercise will build self-esteem, will reduce stress, will improve mood, and will reduce the risk of depression and anxiety. So there are a lot of benefits of doing exercise. And the physiological link, for those who have more interest, is based on the some molecules, like this first one. The BDNF is a molecule that stimulates the growth in the brain. Serotonin, that is associated with motivation, norepinephrine and dopamine, very important molecules that are associated with pleasure, decision-making, and focus. But also exercise reduces the levels of cortisol, and cortisol is a hormone of anxiety. So those who secrete a lot of cortisol will be in an anxiety state very often. This is not good. Okay, and exercise can ameliorate these consequences. How much exercise is good to do? Any suggestions? How much exercise should we be doing? 30 minutes? Yeah, that's what the organization say. But better to remember what WHO has recently published. WHO, World Health Organization, do something every day, everywhere. So no need to count. The advice of WHO in order to boost the energy is no need to count. Get out, do something, stay in, do something. Do something every day, everywhere. This neurophysiology topic has significant implications in unhealthy athletes or persons who come back from an injury. To give you the background, when we get injured, especially at the lower limbs, we might stay out of doing everyday activities. As we stay out of doing activities, our physical capacity deteriorates. So it will be very difficult to come back to normal activities. This is not only for athletes, this is for everyday people. So if we are able, for people who get injured, to give them a stimulus of exercise without putting them in a position to do hard exercise, let's say if we are able to cheat the brain, then we might be able to help them recover faster, rehabilitate faster. That was the hypothesis of a series of studies that we did with my colleagues at the university, at Shanghai University. This is one of the studies. We occluded the pressure. If you look at this upper part of the thighs, calves, we occluded, we reduced the blood flow in the legs. And we measured them, the blood flow, with the same technique as the previous speaker presented, the near-infrared spectroscopy. So we reduced the pressure, we had them doing light exercise, but the brain was feeling that they are doing hard exercise because we had created a we had disturbed the environment in the muscles, and the muscles communicate with the brain. So that's the theory behind it. And to make the story short and without going into too much science behind it, yes, that was the case. By doing this type of approach, we are able to make them, the brain, feeling that they are doing hard type of exercise, whereas actually they are doing a lower intensity exercise. Neuroscience has also many applications in sports performance, as I'm going to show you soon. And you know this gentleman, I hope you know, he's very famous. So what is he doing? He's taking a liquid in his mouth, but he's not digesting the liquid. He's throwing it away. All right? So to give you the background, the physical education students know very well that carbohydrates are the main sources of energy. Rice, pasta, and potato. When we eat them, they are transformed into the muscles. We use them as a fuel. If we don't have them, we cannot go further. That's it. All right? So they are the fuel. They are the gasoline, the petrol in our tank, in our car. But what new science shows is that even if we do not digest the carbohydrates, but we keep them in the mouth for 1 or 2 minutes, we might be able to improve performance. Can you guess what is the mechanism behind it? We do not digest the carbohydrates. We just keep them in our mouth for 1 or 2 minutes, and then athletes are doing like this. Can you speculate? All right, so there are receptors. There are some neurons in our mouth cavity. And these neurons understand, they pick up the glucose. They fire and they send the message to the brain. So we are happy because you know the beauty of glucose is unhealthy, by the way. Sugar is unhealthy. That's clear. That's clear.
We love chocolate.
Yeah, we love chocolate. Why we love chocolate? Because it makes us, there are substances that make our brain happy. Okay? So the scientists, they did a great work in this topic, and they were able to suggest that when athletes are taking these substances, they keep the substance in the mouth, they trigger this pleasureness, feedback, and the athletes continue doing more. So that's an application of neurophysiology. With one of our PhD students, we tried to analyze in a series of studies how athletes perform in an international event. So we had top athletes and we made a number of measurements, including physical performance measurements, but also mental status measurements, anxiety, hormones, and we did it in real life, in a top class event. And to make the story short, we have them split in two groups, winners and losers. And again, no need to go into deep science, but for those who are interested, this is the science behind. We are able to show that the winners, we are able to control their emotions and their anxiety better. And this was due to a better profile of the hormones. So the athletes they do not need only to train their muscles, but they need to train their brain in order to be able to control their emotions, their stress and anxiety, if they want to perform at the highest level. This is the bottom line of this science. In the same series of studies, we conducted and we published another nice study where we question what can we do to help athletes recover. So let's say we in the committee, we did hard work last night. The important thing is how fast we recover to be here back in duty next morning. So that was the question with our athletes. And we gave them milk chocolate. Milk chocolate, we might have this beverage tonight. So milk chocolate is providing proteins, is providing carbohydrates, but also people like it a lot. So we measure, in this study, we measure a number of hormones, but we also measure the mood status, how they feel. And what we have found is that they feel much better when they take this compared with another condition where they take a so-called placebo substance. Why is this happening? This is the loop. When we take this chocolate milk, this stimulates receptors. These receptors communicate with the brain. So our brain is feeling good. We have a better mood and we recover faster. And next day, the athletes are ready to perform again. And believe me, this is what is happening in practice. Another challenge in sports, which also holds true here, is that we are threatened by the heat. So from June onward, the main problem of training outdoor is that the heat is going up. As we do exercise, the heat is going up faster. This will bring high temperature to our brain, and we stop because our brain is getting hot, very hot. All right, so now the thing is, how can we delay this? How can we keep our brain cooler? This is another series of studies that we did with my colleagues. I was very fortunate to work with many talented people around the globe. But that was the question in this series of studies that we have conducted. How can we delay not for our brain to become hot? So we did a number of studies. In this study, we had our athletes doing various pre-cooling, we call them, before they start training. We had them wearing this vest. This is an ice vest. There is ice circulating. Or we have them drinking cold water. So actually, we've been delivering cold in their body in order to lower the temperature. And then we ask them to compete in the heat. And we are hoping that we can delay this effect. And indeed, that was the case. And one of the significant findings of this study was that the athletes who did this strategy, they reported to us that they are feeling better. This is fundamental. If the athletes are feeling better, and this can hold also to everyone who is doing exercise in the heat, that means that they will continue performing at high level. So, in conclusion, I hope I have provided some evidence, some food of thought in order to initiate this discussion. I hope I have also provided some convincing evidence that there is a link between the brain, the muscles, and the other organs. And this link is not only in one direction, it's two directions. And this explains how exercise can make us feel better. This is very important because that's an avenue, that's a tool we can use in order to optimize performance. It's a tool also that can help us optimize health. And I think what we need to keep in mind is that exercise starts and ends in the brain. Again, many thanks for your question, for your attention. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Safi. George, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a break by 11:45 for 15 minutes.
No, now.
Oh, yeah, by now. We will start now. There is a refreshment on the left corner on the hall.
They should be back by 12. They should be back.
You should come back here at 12. So we will continue our program, inshallah. See you. نادية العلوي sorry نادية العلوي and Mr. Iman Mrs. Iman Mahmoud. Mrs. Iman, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yes, dear. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, dear.
Thank you so much. Welcome to our College of Education game here, Expo game at the event the College of Education is holding. We are so excited to be with you here on this venue. Thank you so much for the organizers and the attendees as well. And of course, we thank the students who are participating in this game. We would like to start with our attendees. Yes, I can start seeing students joining. That's great. I see Eliazia. Anyways, I will just move to my screen here. Good. So I hope all students can have their own devices, I mean, and they must follow up with my screen. So hopefully all of us have played the Kahoot before. So just to share my screen over here. Great. Okay. Hope you can see it.
Yes.
Great. How many students do I have? Would you like to introduce yourself before we get started?
Yes.
Go ahead, dear.
Okay, so I am Leila Samir Dweik. I am from Jordan. I am in grade 5G, Miss Liesel's class. And I love reading and I love to learn and to read all the books that have got things like history and non-fiction things. So I love reading and drawing.
Thank you so much, dear. I'm so happy to have you here with us today. Anyone else of the students would like to introduce themselves? Anyways, we will start the game in a while and we'll see all your names here on the screen. Just please type your name when you see the game pen over here. Please type your name. I need to put this down, sorry. Okay.
Mrs. Iman, can you please tell the other student join us?
Is this fine now? I can't remove this one from here. Dump pen. Remove. No, cancel, sorry. Okay, so the game pen is over here. Yeah, that's great. I can see students. Can you please type your full name? Yes, dear.
Can you wait for the other students to join? And maybe you
Of course, I will wait all the students to join before I start the game. I'll click start, don't worry about it. I'll lower the voice of the game a bit.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 10 students we have. We have a full number, I believe, more than 10 students. That's great. 11 students, 11 participants. We have Layla, Suhail, Yusuf, Ali, Jabir, Iman, Sultan, Mar. Who's Mar? Can we have your full name, dear? Okay, no problem. If you want to introduce yourself before we start. Okay. Why do we have 9 participants? Okay, now we are 10. Ian, Sultan, and Moza. Welcome all to our game. our young pioneers. Shall we get started then? Giselle, welcome. Okay. Are we ready? I will just tell you a few rules to remember. I'm sure you all know what Kahoot is and how to play a Kahoot game. But in this game here, we have a set of 20 questions. We have 30 seconds to answer each question. Of course, I'll read the question as it appears quickly, and you'll need to have a look at the 4 options. Of course, the correct and fastest answer goes highest or gains most points. So you will see the question on my screen and you will choose the answer on your own device. Clear? Do we have any question before I click start to see the first question?
Ms. Rima, there is one comment. This video is only for the school students. So we ask the participants or the attendees not to join, please.
Okay. I thought only school students are joining. Aha, okay, that's why we have 12 students here. Maybe we do not have. Okay. This is, by the way, thank you for participating for the attendees. But actually, this is set for grade 5 to 6 students. So most questions are suitable to their age. There are few questions that are a bit more challenging, but that will be fine, inshallah. Most of them are general information, few on math or sciences, literature, and so on. So am I here dealing with only students? So I'm talking about Yazia, Ian, Layla, Suhail, Yusuf, Ali, Jabir, Sultan, Moza, and Mar. Are we all students in the game on the screen? You can see my screen, right?
Yes, we are.
Remote, what remote control? I doubt if you can see my like attendees at the top of the screen.
Yes.
Yes, I want to remove this and I cannot. I don't know why. Okay, so can we get started? We have 8 students only. 2 more should join.
Okay, we can
7.
We can start, Iman.
Okay, so getting started with 8 participants only. Fine?
Yes, please.
Bismillah. Okay, so our College of Education Expo 2020 game starts now. Our first question says, in which city was the world's first expo held? First World Expo. Is it Tokyo, New York, London, or Paris? I have 7 answers, 8 answers. So all of us have answered. So I need to click skip, right, to move to C. Who did that? Oh, so 4 students answered correctly, 2 or 4 missed the correct answer. So let's see who got this highest. Okay, we have Boza on the top here, Sultan, Suhail, and Ian. Of course, the rules of the game would keep changing. So the ones who did not get this correct, try your best. You can be winning as well. There are prizes for the first 3 winners, by the way. Right, Dr. Muna? Okay, let's move. What are the 3 R's for sustainability? I believe this is very simple. A gift question. Okay, 8 answers. Are we ready? Let's see who got this correct the fastest. Wow. All participants. So let's see who is at the top of our list. Oh, Moza is still there. Sultan, you're very close. Suhail. And all participants again, we still have 18 more questions. Let's move. Next, 3rd question. In a football match, how many players play in one football team or in each football team? Okay, good. Yeah. Hey. Okay, all have answered. So, good. We have 1 more participant. Are we 9? Okay, Let's move on. Okay. Okay, Ian, you have a streak here. It means you answered 3 correct questions in a row. You have a good chance that you're climbing up. Let's see the other participants. Okay. Let's move on. 4th question. Which movie is about a hedgehog that can run very quickly? Oops. Very simple, right? Done? Not yet. Good. Okay. Next. The rules of the game are changing here. That's nice. Do all your best. The questions are a bit more challenging soon, but we still have many easy questions coming, by the way. So next, excellent Moza. What is Disney World called now? They've changed the name a bit. Which one is the right answer? General information question. 2 more to go. Okay, so everybody is done. Good. So fine. Okay, Walt Disney. I believe you see this in many introductions of movies. So next, let's see who's up there. Okay, mashallah, Moza, you're still on the top. Anyone would challenge that? That's great. Excellent, boys and girls. Let's move on. 6th question. Who is the author of Harry Potter? Harry Potter series. 5 answers. Okay, I believe we're done. Good. 4 of you got this correctly. That's nice. Let's see our board of winners. Wow, Layla, you just got a streak of the series of correct answers and you jumped at the top. Lovely. See how the rules of the game change. Excellent. So let's move on. Moza, you can still win. Do your best. I'm talking to everyone as well. We have here on the top Ian, Jabir, Sultan as well. Next, I want to see all your names at the top, guys, please. When you eat green peas, which part of the plant do you eat? We still have 2 more to answer and 10 seconds. I believe we're done, right? Or we have more participants joining? We have 10 participants joining now. Okay, so the seed is the correct answer. Lovely. Next, let's see. Okay, can see your names on the screen, boys and girls. Brilliant. Moving to the next question then. We are now doing question 8. Which organ covers the entire body and protects it? Very simple question. Quickly. Wow, that was too simple then. Excellent. Then the rule of winning here goes to the fastest answer, right? Wow, do we see the scores, boys and girls? That's lovely. Excellent, Layla. Ian, Moza, Sultan, Suhail. We see new names now. Next, 9th question. Manama is the capital city of which GCC country, which Gulf country? It is. Manama is the capital city of Bahrain. True. Excellent for those who answered this correctly. So, Good. We have Ian at the top now. Notice Jabir appears on the top 5 recently. Ali as well. Excellent. Suhail, Layla, we have Ian, Layla, Ali. Of course, this is ordered according to the last question. We still have many to go. Let's go. 10th question. Which mountain is the highest in the UAE? Nine answers. Okay, done. Good. Yeah, it is Jabal Jis. It is the highest among the mountains in the UAE. Let's see. Wow, Layla gets on the top, and Jabir here. You have a streak. Excellent. This is amazing. I am so excited to see who will do this at the end. Which country has the largest population in the world? Done. So China is the country that has the largest population in the world. Most people, or the biggest number of people, population lives in China. Let's see. 4 players have reached answer streak 5. Lovely. So we have Layla again on top. You can see the scoreboard. Shall we move on? Are we excited to move on? Let's go, boys. Yes. Excellent. Yes. What decimal do you need to add to 0.7 in order to make 1? Wow, brilliant. So all of us got this correct. I have only 9 players now. It seems somebody moved out. Okay. Do you want us to move to the scoreboard? Shall we see that?
Yes.
Yes. Let's see who's on the top. MashaAllah, Layla is still there. And then we have new people on the top 5, if you notice, right? I think Suhail joined us soon. Have Jabir, Ali, Ian, and Layla. Okay. Make sure you read the answers very quickly so you may be the winner. Next. Question 13. How many minutes are there in 1 hour and a half? Wow, that's great. Most of us did this correctly. Next, let's move. Suhail, you have a streak, and brilliant. Layla is still on the top. Oh, we see Moza back again. That's great. Yalla, do your best, boys and girls. Let's see. 3, 2, 1, and go. Next question, number 14. How many sides does an octagon have? I believe this is very simple, right? Are we done? One last answer, right? Okay, 8 is the correct answer. The octagon has 8 sides. Excellent. Let's see. Who expects to be the winner here? I mean, up until now. You're are muted. Okay, Aliazia is newly joining the top 5. Brilliant. We have Layla on the top, Suhail, Ian, Jabir, and Aliazia. Of course, guys, remember that you will get more points if your answer is correct and click the fastest. But please think wisely, be sharp, and do it quickly. So next. Where are the 3 smallest bones in the body? Where can we find them? Okay. In the finger, in the nose, in the ear. Yes, in the ear, of course. The three smallest bones are found in the ear of a human body. So let's see. Lovely. We see Moza again. And again, Suhail still has a streak. Oh, your score is very close to Layla's, Suhail. So are we ready for the next one? We still have 4 more questions to go. Next, question 16. What do we call a single piece of DNA? This should be something somehow familiar. Maybe it's a bit challenging. Wow, so 6 of you got the correct answer. That's amazing. I'm so happy to see that. So, wow, lovely. This is so exciting. We are close to the end of the game, guys. So do your best. Question 17. Who invented the first practical telephone? Wow, 5 correct answers. This is brilliant. So happy to see that. So Alexander Graham Bell is the one who invented the first practical phone. Next. The 2 coming questions are very easy, by the way, so try your best. Next. Excellent, Suhail. How much of Earth is covered with water? Five correct answers. Great. 71% of Earth is covered with water. I know that this might be like a bit challenging. Let's see. So we have Al-Yazia now has a streak. Brilliant. Lovely. Layla, mashallah, is still on the top. We have Suhail, Al-Yazia. We have Ian, Moza. By the way, the top 5 are mainly competing for the 3 first places here, but all of you have a chance. So let's do our best. Boys and girls, let's move. Next. What is the largest planet in the solar system? Very easy. Mm-hmm. 6 correct answers. So this is Jupiter. I can hear the audience playing the game as well, but orally, huh? Okay, thank you so much. So Jupiter is the largest planet in the solar system. Brilliant. Do you see the scoreboard? Layla is mashallah on the top and she has a streak now of 10 answers. Lovely. Next, last question. Who's the first Emirati astronaut? I believe this is a simple one. Excellent. See, all of you got this correctly. Brilliant. Brilliant. Thank you so much. So we are at the end of the game. Do you think we're ready to go and check who our winners are? Yeah?
Mister kicked me out 3 times.
What is it, Ali? Sorry?
It kicked me out from the Kahoot 3 times.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe you had some connection problems. Sorry for that, Ali. I'm sure you would do much better if this didn't happen.
Okay, it's okay.
wish you better scores next later. You can find the game, by the way, it's public if you want to play it later. It's called CEDU, College of Education Expo 2020. So let's move on. So let's see our 3 winners. Number 3, we have Al-Yazi Al-Falasi. Number 2, Suhail Hassan. And number 1 is Layla Samir. Excellent. Congratulations to the 3 winners. Our first winner is Layla again. Second is Suhail. And third is Al-Yazia. Congratulations, everyone. And thank you so much again for playing this game. I'm sure all of you have chances to win this better. Thank you so much. So, sorry, Aisha, are you speaking?
Maybe the winner wants to say something.
Would the winners would like, okay, Layla, can you say something, Layla? Would you please, like, how do you feel?
Also, it's very nice that you actually win in a competition like this. And it is very nice, and while you're competing with other students you actually don't know, and you're trying that all these students have got a power, and they've also got like very smart, they're very smart students, so competing. So I first was in the 5th place, and then I was in the 2nd, and then the 1st. So it was a nice time competing and afraid to come down, or very excited to come up. And the questions were really actually so much nice. And I really enjoyed playing this Kahoot game with all of you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Layla. I think you logged in from a different name. You know that you are streamed like live on YouTube, so you can watch yourselves later.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Okay, our second winner. Our second winner, please open your mic and speak.
Maybe we move to the third winner.
The third winner, if you cannot. Our third winner.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, yeah. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Thank you so much again for participating in this game. Thank you all the attendees, students, the school who arranged this with us. Thank you, Ms. Muzun, again. And of course, I wish you all the best here at the event and in your other activities. Thank you so much.
Now I give the floor to your MC for this afternoon.
Miss, I am here. Do you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Jin. I'm a senior student at College of Education in United Arab Emirates University. Next on our program is Story Time with Future Teacher, written by Dr. Muna Abdelhafi, Ms. Ali, Ms. Noura Al-Wahi.
Amna, you can animate yourself and open your camera, please. Amna Shamsi. Amna, please open your camera and animate yourself. أستاذة أمنة إذا ممكن تفتحين الكاميرا والمايك.
أفتحها بس الكاميرا.
على الصوت الكاميرا. على الصوت. على الصوت لو سمحتي.
الصوت واضح عندكم؟
الكاميرا بس محتاجين كاميرا تشتغل. حاطينها على الصف الطلبة.
الكاميرا شغالة عندي.
مش طالعة الكاميرا، مش طالعة الصورة.
ليش؟ دقيقة نشوف. شغل الكاميرا. شغالة. اشتغلت الحين؟ اشتغلت الحين الكاميرا؟ الصوت شوي نسمعون. اختي الكاميرا واضحة؟
شغلينا شغلينا.
بين الحمد لله بين. اوكي. اخر شيء كيف من عندهم يعلق ترى من السبيكر هو اريد هني اعلي الصوت اخر شيء. بعدين كيف
شكرا استاذة أمل، الكاميرا واضحة الآن، نشوف الأطفال.
اوكي واضح.
نخليه ولا على
خلاص واضح.
واضح.
Hello everyone, kids, professors, and other adults. Today I want to talk about feelings. We all have feelings, and all the other people in our lives have feelings. Sometimes we're really happy, and other times we're sad, and other times we're angry. And a lot of adults, and not just kids, don't know how to act when there is somebody feeling sad. So today we will read this story, The Rapid Descent, written by Harry, to understand more about our emotions. So first, we see the main character is pushing a box
inside of this box. There are blocks. One day, Taylor decided to build something new, something special, something.
President, did you lower the volume on it?
We're good. هم عندهم مشكلة هم عندهم هات بكلم.
هذا أمنا بس لا تسوين ميوت.
أوكي دقيقة.
Something amazing. Taylor was so proud. So here, kids and other assistant professors, when was the last time you built something amazing? Would that anyone wants to answer? Maybe it's your last research. What about kids?
Maybe أستاذ أمل تفتحي المايك للعيال يشاركون.
فتحت الصوت الحين بس الصوت يقطع شوي.
When was the last time you built something amazing? Just like Taylor.
Anyone of the students wants to answer?
What is it? I didn't hear what she said.
ممكن تعيدين السؤال اختي ما سمعوه.
When was the last time you did something amazing? You've been so proud of it, just like Taylor.
When was the last time you guys did something really, really nice and special? Huh? When did you do something really special? Think about it. Maybe you built the Burj Khalifa?
Yes.
Yeah, what else? When you guys built the rockets? What do you think? What else did you build? I think I remember what? A car, that's right. What else? There you go, a house. What else? Yes, made a house, and do you know what else I saw you guys make? What's that thing that we take in the water?
Bicycle.
A bicycle? We go, well, maybe. That could happen. But we row our boat. Ah, there you go. You guys made a boat here. Don't you know it? All right. I thought it was amazing.
No. Wow. Everything keeps crashing down. And as you can see, Taylor was feeling very, very sad. What is something you like to do, or what do you do to feel just like Taylor, really sad?
What do you guys do to make yourself happy? When you're sad, what do you do to make yourself happy? Huh? You play? What else do you do? What? What else? You want to make yourself happy, what do you do?
Happy.
You just sit?
Yeah.
Maybe you go outside, you guys go play?
Yeah.
What do you play outside that makes you happy? Do you guys like, what's that thing that would go around and play? Ah, that right, bicycle. Okay, what else? Yes. A car? You drive a car?
Yeah.
Girl, mashallah.
She said later.
Oh. That's all right. Whatever makes you happy, that's the most important. Yes, sir.
Shade. Sorry. So the chicken left.
The story? I think this is the story. Yeah, why he is sad. Why is he sad?
People do the food.
Oh, big bear.
Let's shout about it. Grrr. But Taylor didn't feel like shouting. So the bear left. Grrr. Next came the elephant. The elephant knew just what to do. I fixed it. We just exactly the Taylor didn't feel like so the elephant also left. Baby Kate, the honey. Let's laugh about it. The ostrich thought, let's hide and pretend.
خبرت يا أخي ماما ما يصير.
عيال تعرفون شو يقولون؟ Do you understand? No.
هل القصة أطفال؟ من الصور أطفال.
But Taylor didn't feel like doing anything with anybody. And see, Taylor was still feeling very, very sad. So all the animals tried many different ways to make Taylor feel happy again. So next. Succeeded. Very quiet. Taylor didn't even notice. But the rabbit came in and it moved closer and closer until Taylor could feel its warm body. Together, they sat in silence until Taylor said, oh, there's the word. Until Taylor said, please stay with me. The rabbit listened. The rabbit listened to Taylor's plans to hide, to throw everything away, and to ruin things for someone else. Now we can see here that Taylor wants to break something. That Taylor wants to break other children's toys. What does that mean? So when somebody breaks my toy, maybe they're just feeling very, very sad, just like Taylor. Through it all the plans and the toys, the rabbit never left. And when the time was right, the rabbit listened to Taylor's plan to build again. I can't wait, Taylor said. It's going to be amazing. So finally, you can see the last page. Yeah, therefore, finally, it's happening again. So how did the rabbit succeed in making Taylor happy again? What did he do so differently than the other animals? The rabbit listened to Taylor and allowed Taylor to feel just like how Taylor needed to feel. So I hope next time when you're feeling sad, you can ask the people around you to be a rabbit for you, and most importantly, to be a rabbit and to be there for people who are sad. Thank you.
Sorry, please give a big hand to Nora. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. تعرفوا كيف
unmute your computer, Miss Amna.
Miss Amna,
هذا أمنة إذا ممكن تفتحين الصوت.
Please, next.
Yes, go.
How about we go someplace cold and we make a snowman, right? Because we were talking about snowman. And then once we get really cold, okay, let's see what happens.
الحين الميكروفون مرة ما يشتغل. ما نسمعكم أبد.
السلام عليكم.
بخير والحمد لله.
الحمد لله. اليوم أنا بتكلم لكم عن الماء. كم مرة تشربون الماء في اليوم؟
كم مرة تشربون ماي في اليوم؟
نشرب الماء كل يوم صح؟ وكيف نحافظ على الماء؟ حد يمكن يخبرني؟
كيف تحافظون على الماي؟ ما نعق الماي؟ زبالة.
لا نسرق الماء.
السلام عليكم. اوكي. تشوفون الشاشة؟ تشوفون القصة؟ شو اسم الكتاب؟ اسم الكتاب؟ حد يعرف شو يعني السر؟ شو يعني السر؟ اوكي. مستعدين؟ نبدأ؟ اوكي. أول شيء أبغاكم كلكم توقفون، ممكن توقفون؟ حطوا صبع واحد، ارفعوا صبع واحد، نسوي المطر مع بعض، زين؟ يلا، نبدأ.
9 1 2 3 4
Thank you. نتعلم اليوم عن أسرار الماء، مثل ما قلت نشرب الماء كل يوم والمهم جدا نحافظ على الماء لأنه الثروة الحقيقية لأنه من برد
تتكلم عن أسرار الماء كيف نحافظ على الماء نشرب الماء كثير
الطيبات أخرى لقد تحولت إلى مطر، حبات المطر تهطل قطرة قطرة، هل سيهطل المطر أم سيتحول إلى عاصفة تبتلع ثيابنا؟ هل ابتديت مع ثوبك اليوم؟ عندما تتساقط قطرات
لو سمحتي اختي الصوت مش واضح. لو تحطين القصة بقراها للعيال في الشاشة عادي.
عندما تتساقط قطرات دقيقة وخفيفة عندها نسميها رذاذة، وإذا كانت السماء سوداء حارقة ومليئة بالغيوم فهذا يعني أن عاصفة رعدية على الأبواب، وذلك أفضل للجميع لأننا نحتاج إلى الماء. يوميا المطر تستانسون ولا لا؟ حلو؟ نستانس في المطر صح؟ انظر إلى المطر صاحب في أحواض الماء أو البرك أو في بحيرة حقل مجاورة، وحتى في
هذه قصة أطفال عن المطر.
يمكنك أيضا رؤية المطر عندما يتسرب إلى داخل الحفر أو عندما ينساب على طول الرصيف، وعندها تختفي الفقرات كلها لأنها تركب على سطح الأرض.
تساقط في البرك وفي البحيرة صح؟
جزء من الماء يبدل التربة ويسقي النباتات، ويتسرب جزء آخر في باطن الأرض حتى يصل لطبقات غير منفذة، فيجد نفسه منحصرا داخل الصخور المنفذة فوقها بالضبط فيصير فرشة مائية. شوفوا في الكتاب في صورة الفرشة المائية. كما يمكن للماء أن يتجمع في المغارات والقرى أو أن يتساب حتى يتراكم على شكل بحيرات تحت الأرض. شوفوا البحيرة تحت الأرض كما البحيرة وفيها أسماك. إن الحرارة شديدة قرب المنشأة، شديدة جدا لدرجة أنه إذا ما مر القطرة منها فستتبخر، فتتحول ذلك إلى غاز اسمه بخار الماء، والشمس أيضا تحول الماء إلى بخار. في الصباح الباكر يكون النسيم رطبا والنشم مبللا. ماذا وقع التراب؟ بسبب حرارة الشمس إلى حالته السائلة، لقد تكثف الماء إذا. هيا يا قطرة الماء طيري إلى الجبال حيث القرص، هناك من شدة البرد تتجمد قطرات الماء لتتحول إلى كتل ثلجية كالتي نراها بعيد عن الجبال أو التي تشرف على المناطق الجليدية. يا شدة البرتقالات تماما كما عندما نقوم بتحضير مكعبات الثلج إلى عندما يكون فاعلم أن السبب هو الضباب. من أسفل الأرض إلى عنان السماء إذ يكون الضباب يا لكرمان الأرض عندما نراها سواء هذه المياه الصافية التي تنبع من كل مكان لتتجه نحو البحر. تذهب المياه المتجمدة والكتل الجليدية لتنساب في سطوح الجبال ومن جبل إلى آخر تحفظ على كل الأنهار والوديان. كما أن المياه تتدفق من باطن الأرض على شكل ينابيع، وفي بعض الأحيان يجب حفظ الآبار بالجرم. ويوجد في البحر الملايين من قطرات الماء الصغيرة التي ترقص مع الأمواج وتجري حسب حركة التيار. ولكن إذا كان أصل ماء البحر هو الأمطار والمياه فلماذا هو إذا في حد عارف لماذا البحر مالح؟ ليش البحر؟ هذا الأمر بنعرف من الاثنين. لفهم هذا الأمر يجب أن نعود ملايين السنين إلى الوراء حتى بين الديناصورات في تلك الديناصورات صح أحسنتم. في تلك الحقبة من الغزارة بحيث أذابت الملح الموجودة بالصخور وشكلت البحار المحيطة. بحار إلى بخار يغير في الهواء والأنهار.
شوفوا كيف قطرة الماء قاعدة وين تصير؟ قاعدة تصير بخار وتطلع فوق في السماء صح؟ إذا الماء نزل على النباتات شو يسوي؟ صح؟ فالمطر إذا طاح وين يروح؟ يروح في الزرع صح؟ بعدين شو يصير في الزرع؟ يكون تصير؟ كبير. يكون طويل ولا قصير؟ كبير صح؟ شو السحر هذا؟ هذا جرب شو الصورة؟ صغيرة ولا كبيرة؟ كبيرة.
شكرا أطفال لأنكم حضرتوا القصة معانا اليوم وأتمنى أنكم استمتعتوا فيها.
أستاذة آمنة.
Going on that great story time, I would like to invite Mr. Osam Rashad to present STEM revolution in education in the United Arab Emirates. Before that.
Yep.
We would like to distribute the certificate to
Miss Aklima, Miss Nora,
Miss Aklima, Miss Nora, and Miss Dr. Una. Thank you so much. Nora. Thank you so much. I will introduce again. I would like to invite Mr. Hossam Rashad to present STEM revolution education in the United Arab Emirates.
Let's see whether it works.
So, it's a special day, 22nd November 2022. It could be the greatest one ever for me. It's an honor and privilege for me to be presenting an international event like Expo Dubai 2020. Thanks to the United Arab Emirates leader, UAEU University professor, my school, my student, my colleague, and my friend. Today, inshallah, I'll try to reflect on an experience that changed my life. If I want to give it a title, it would be from a humble teacher, a small village, to a Microsoft innovative educator and stream coordinator here in the United Arab Emirates. This experience enriched my knowledge, and being a teacher in 3 different countries, Egypt, Sultanate of Oman, and the United Arab Emirates, added experience as well to my career. Joining the Ministry of Education, the UAE, shift in my life that honored me to be teaching here. This devoted me professionally, socially, and mentally as well. I could pass on my experiences to my student and colleague to the world as well. The greatest change happened in my life as a teacher was stream project by the Ministry of Education, which inspired me to continue my professional career and join my master's degree in the university here, the United Arab Emirates, to continue my master's degree in stream as well. Contributed to my whole school as well, changing its culture from just a traditional school to a STEM school and a creative one. Together with my leader, my principal, my teacher, and my students, we could change the culture and motivate our students to be innovative. It all started at the year 2018 when the Ministry of Education launched a new project to improve education in the United Arab Emirates schools. This project namely was STREAM, which refers to science, technology, reading, engineering, arts, math. Its main idea was to integrate these subjects together to teach students new skills and to make them innovative and have the new methods of entrepreneurship. The students, the teacher, the leader, the parents perceived it in different ways. It affected our students' motivations to learn as well. Almost 50 schools were chosen to adopt the project. My school was one of them. It started by selecting teachers from above-mentioned subject to attend the training and how to apply this project in our schools. The idea at the beginning was very clumsy, but we could handle that, working as a team together. It was a smart idea. It was taken from the Global STEM project, education, that advocates teaching using new approaches and new strategies to our students inside our schools. A teaching approach that combined science, technology, engineering, and math, rather than teach the 5 disciplines, a separate and discrete subject. STEM integrates art, then reading, in order to have new approaches in our schools. Transforming schools from traditional approach to new approach of the 21st century era was the core part of the project adopted at our school. It aimed at teaching students the 4 C's, namely critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration in an innovative way to make them entrepreneurs. This means as well drastic change to educational practice inside our classes, in addition to the whole school, including myself. A massive change will take place for all, even the parents, the students, and the teachers. To know how to solve new problems, thinking critically, and how to make students to be innovative. My presentation will show you how we did that. The main idea was to integrate technology in order to help our students join the 21st century that requires a set of unique life skills in order to help them solve the daily challenges that they face. Taking the vision from the United Arab Emirates vision of STEAM, which is teaching the main skills in order to have a new generation of inventors, innovative, and even entrepreneurship. We moved in order to teach our students this vision and help them to be creative. And what does it mean, STEAM education in the United Arab Emirates? It means teaching the 4 skills plus innovation and entrepreneurship. The 4 skills for us nowadays in the 21st century means their survival skills, to make students learn them and apply them in daily basis. After that, we try to integrate this in each subject. Not to teach it in a separate class, but each subject can do this. In order to have creative approaches. To move our school from traditional school, passing through the 21st century school to STEM school, which is integrating the critical thinking process, plus how to make our students be creative. The main processes that we use in STEAM are growth mindset, design thinking, computational thinking, and integrating it into the content. I'd like the moderator to go back to our first video that was to be displayed to show the, it's okay, can go. No. So, we give them challenges in our classes. In Arabic class, English class, we give them this challenge, how to build a tower in order to solve a problem of housing in Abu Dhabi. We told them, Abu Dhabi now is full of people, we need you to build another tower and solve the housing problem. We give them the challenge together, we give them the materials, and look at this picture. At the beginning, our student found the idea clumsy as well. What can we do, Mr. 20 straws to paper and 20 minutes? How can we do this? We asked them to communicate together, to collaborate together, to think creatively, to find a solution to this problem, using these simple material in order to build a tower that's stable, using the 4 C's, as well as integrating math, science, English, art, and reading. This picture tells you what is STEAM. Now, they think in a different way. They started to communicate with each other. The idea could be simple, but the main core was to make them collaborate together, communicate together, to think how to solve a problem in daily life. The second slide, we started to be motivated more. And one of the greatest points of STEM is motivating students to learn and working as team. Although these students, some of them were low achievers, but when we introduced them to STEM, they could work together as a team to build the tower. Some of the groups succeeded to do that, and they were honored with a trophy because they could solve the problem in the time allotted to them. We moved from design thinking to computational thinking. We use technology. Our students nowadays like Minecraft. They used Minecraft. We used it in English classes to build a house. And we moved it to real life situation. We printed it in a 3D paint. And it was a great idea because we could move them from the online game to the real life situations. And they told me even, Mr. We know about a 3D painter in Sharjah which could paint houses, and they used that. Not only this, we could move to use more technology in our classes, integrating the use of programming. One of our students, he was one of the students of determination, called Zaid Naim. He could create his own report, which is using the material given to him. It was singing, moving, and he called it tolerance level. And thank you so much to the Native Arab Emirates University. We were honored at the day, the International Autism Day, because it's streamed not only for normal students, but as well for students of determination. After that, the idea became bigger. Our student could reach to the news. The news wrote about that. An autistic student could have his own report, and he could defeat his own, I wouldn't say disability, but challenge. He could challenge himself. He has his own report. Not only that, we have other programs to do with our students, like Design Bridge. We told them there is people who are more, we want to take them from place to another place. We give them the materials, simple materials, and we asked them to make a bridge. It was a speaking English class. We asked our students to work as a group, to communicate together, to collaborate together, to solve this problem. How can we save people, moving them from point to another point? As you can see here, look at them. They are working as a team, and that's at the core of the 21st century STEM revolution, which arrived to the United Arab Emirates. The next slide will show you. Look at them. Very motivated, very interested, very creative. Someone might say, Mr. Hussain, what is this? It's very simple. No, we are just trying to implant in them the idea of creativity, the idea of solving problems, the idea of collaboration together. The greatest point I noticed in my classes, my students we were enhancing their motivation to learn more. Not just reading and writing, but to be creative and solving problems. Every day, every one of us faces problems. So we need to think creatively, how can we solve this problem? Even we have programming, design thinking masterpiece. They draw, and then they could use it in their computer to design a face. The last video will show you my journey that started in the screen, and I will let you watch the video. Thank you so much for listening. Please.
Yeah, there's no sound for this video. Yeah, there's no sound.
So here, I asked them to draw a Minecraft, an aircraft, sorry, in paper, then use a program in order to make it. And you can see they use the drawing in favor of their using of the stream. And I consider myself as well, I'm a Microsoft innovative educator because of stream. Stream made me an innovative educator expert from Microsoft for 2 years now. And not only this, I trained other teachers in my school. We could change together the culture of our school from a traditional one to a creative one, together all subjects. And the STEM revolution arrived here in the United Arab Emirates, and I think it will go on by the effort of people like you and us. I even used this Microsoft platform to train my teacher my fellow teacher colleagues in order to be STEM teacher as well. They are taking through my student built bridges. We honor them. They like it. They learn so much. And this is the supervisor who helped me to do so. As I told you, not only myself, but other are trained in other schools, including my school. My student used programming, as I told you, to build my grad education position, to build houses, to think like engineers, to act like scientists, and even they used their laptops. They thought like scientists, told you, build bridges, and we used every possible tools to teach them how to be creative. The biggest idea, they succeeded to do this as a team, and that's the approach. They are my Microsoft, as told you, and I have seen them very motivated to use the games inside classroom. And they using science, technology, reading, art. And this, as I told you, helped me to improve myself as an English teacher to become a Microsoft Innovative Educator from the International Microsoft Company. I help my student as well as my colleague to think critically. And thank you so much for listening. I hope I'm being Thank you so much.
Yeah, sure.
And thank you to Dr. Ahmed Al-Tabi who brought me here for us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're gonna have a 2 minutes break and be back at 1:30. Yeah.
Dr. Rachel, you may start. Dr. Rachel, if you can unmute yourself, please.
I think we've got a technical problem.
Yes,
I don't think we can hear you in the Expo. Can you hear us?
We can hear you now, Dr. Rachel. Yes, please.
Very quiet. We can't hear you just yet.
Dr. Rachel, you can go ahead. Your voice is clear.
We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear.
And now we can hear you. So I don't know what happened then, but excellent. That's fantastic. So I'm sorry, there's a bit of a glare on this. We'll look a bit darker for me. Okay, yellow. So let's begin then. Okay. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to the panel on cultivating joy and engagement for maths and science in preschool children, which is being hosted by the College of Education here at the Dubai Expo. My name is Rachel Takriti, and I am an associate professor in early childhood education. I am delighted and honoured to be joined on the panel today by three highly distinguished experts in the field of maths and science education. We have only 30 minutes in today's panel, so with your permission, I would like to keep the introductions brief. So we are joined by Professor Sibel Erdogan and Dr. Olga Yenadu. Professor Sibel is a professor of science education and a fellow of St. Cross College at the University of Oxford. Dr. Olga is a postdoctoral research fellow in science education, also at the University of Oxford. Professor Sibel and Dr. Olga are working with us here on the SciKids project, which is a collaborative project between UAU and Oxford University, examining how science is taught in early years education. We are also honoured to be joined by Professor Minna Hanulu Sormanen, who is a professor in mathematics education from the University of Turku in Finland. So welcome everybody. I will ask our speakers to share their thoughts with us first, and then we'll have around 10 minutes at the end for some wider discussion. So Professor Sibel and Dr. Olga, I will start with you first, please, and the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rachel. Really pleased to be here. And oops, sorry, I shared the wrong thing. Greetings from an unusually sunny England today. So you can probably tell a little bit. So thanks for the invitation and it's really a pleasure to be at the Dubai Expo today and to share some of our thinking about science education. So as Dr. Rachel mentioned, I and Olga will be talking a little bit about the sort of work that we've been doing in improving science education. So I want to start with the idea that we have a legacy in science education where we emphasize what we know rather than how we know or why we know. We bombard students with a lot of information about what they need to know. For example, what is photosynthesis, what is a force, what is chemical equilibrium, or even in early years, it could be what is a substance, how do we classify things. And so there's a bit of an emphasis on following recipes, like what you would do if you were cooking a meal. And I know there are lots of nice meals that you could be cooking in the United Arab Emirates, but in a science lesson, recipe following isn't really authentic. It's not how scientists do science. Scientists don't have recipes to follow. They invent recipes. And so that's an issue, you know, the fact that we're bombarding students with a lot of information and we're giving them recipes to follow. These are not authentically scientific. And we want the students to have some scientific habits of mind. And there's another problem in science education, which has to do with teaching science out of context and not related to other subjects like mathematics or broader social aspects of science and society, for example. So interdisciplinary approaches to complex issues. And at the moment, we have a lot of issues that demand not just scientific knowledge, but scientific knowledge plus other things. Least of all, least of all, the pandemic. We're in the midst of a pandemic. I'm sure you don't need reminding. And the pandemic is a scenario where you need scientific knowledge, but to understand what's going on, but you need to understand how scientists are doing the science. They need to understand how science is related to economics and politics and a whole range of other areas that require complex problem solving. So in the case of the pandemic, we see on display right now publicly how scientists are doing science. So sometimes scientists are collecting data to just observe what's going on, and they're just making observations and not manipulating variables. And this is another thing that in school science we tend to emphasize. We need to have a controlled experiment and manipulate variables. We don't always need to do that. In science, there's a diversity of methods. But sometimes scientists do conduct experiments and they test hypotheses, and they have control groups, like, testing of a vaccine with different groups of people. So this is already highlighting to us that science has a real value and a real place in society, because we're surrounded by these issues at the moment. And there's another aspect to science, which is about evidence-based reasoning. And I'll turn now to Olga to say a bit about that.
Thank you, Sibel. So as Sibel mentioned earlier, science education should be more about why and not always about what and only about what. And in science education, especially in early years, we are looking at claims. Children always ask why, and for very simple phenomena of everyday life, for example, the day and night, you can have evidence-based reasoning. A child can ask, why is there day and night? What causes day and night? And the scientific explanation is that the spinning Earth is causing actually the day and night. And there are pieces of evidence that can prove that. You can see on the top of the screen and at the bottom of the screen the Foucault's pendulum, which is an instrument with which we can prove the movement of the Earth. And on the right side, on the top, we can see the planet trails. If you take staying on the same spot for a long period of time, in a photograph the same spot, you can see the trails of the stars, which means that we're actually spinning. So these are two pieces of evidence that can prove this claim. In the next slide, we can support again the idea that it's about supporting our claims. How can we support our claims? We can say that my idea is X, and I have specific reasons for that. I believe that these reasons are true because, and there are also ideas against my own idea. This is a very simple form of argumentation. Myself and Sibel have done some research on scientific argumentation, and we would like to promote that early on in early years. Students need to be able to support their claims, and then we can start this discussion, this social interaction with them, proving or disproving their claims. Teachers can do that, can engage in this sort of discussion with their students by asking specific questions. So why do you think that? What is the reason for that? Can you think of another argument for your view? Can you think of an argument against your view? So playing the devil's advocate and say, I don't think so. Why do you think so? And how do you know? Do you have any piece of empirical evidence to support your claim? What's your evidence? Is there another argument that can involve more students into that, or they can engage themselves into this argument? And this is a very scientific approach to science, because scientists do this sort of argumentation in their labs, in their daily lives. So we want to promote scientific thinking above all, and not only scientific knowledge.
Thank you, Olga. So as Dr. Rachel mentioned, currently we are working with the United Arab Emirates University on the SciKids project, which is a collaboration between our university, University of Oxford. And we're exploring such issues in the context of early years. So how do we make such ideas about science, evidence-based reasoning, and different ways of approaching the how and the why of scientific reasoning in early years? And we're engaged currently in fact, today we have another workshop with the teachers participating in the project. So we're really excited about this project. I want to also sort of mention, just because there might be interest in the things that we're talking about, we've had other projects that have produced other resources, primarily for secondary education, but if you're interested in sort of how to engage students in different scientific methods, we have this some resources from Project Calibrate, which have produced some assessments as well as training videos and so on. And in terms of the evidence-based reasoning, we have another project that has focused on argumentation or discussion in the context of science and religion, which has been really interesting to engage science and religious education teachers together in a collaborative environment to debate these issues. So thank you for listening. We'll now turn over to Dr. Rachel to introduce the next speaker.
Thank you so much. Professor Minna, the stage is now yours, please.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. It looks like and sounds like your ideas of how science education is and should be for young learners is very nicely linked to our ideas about how early mathematics education should be. So I wonder, can you now see the slide? Not yet, I guess.
No.
Oh dear. I'm used to use several kind of more.
There you go. It's there now.
Okay, it's there. Okay. Good. All right. Someone else is doing that for me, right? Or was it just me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Because it's a slideshow that I need to be clicking, so maybe I would rather do it myself, so then I know how to do that. Like, thank you.
Yes, it's working now.
Okay. And now you see all of it, right?
If you want to do presentation mode, that might be better.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
And is it now okay?
I think it's on its way.
It always takes a while.
It hasn't gone into presentation mode yet.
Okay.
Oh, now it's disappeared.
Okay. Now, sorry about this hassle. So my destination is from Finland. I'm now in northern Finland. Actually, we have more than 1 meter of snow here. So I've been skiing around. I'm actually on a skiing holiday, but I thought this is an important thing. So I'm happy to be here and share our thoughts about how to cultivate joy and engagement in early mathematics education. So we have been developing these ideas in University of Turku for about 20 years, and all of it starts from thinking of maybe typically what you think of what mathematics is might look like something like this. It's calculations, it's numbers, it's geometric shapes and such things. But this is actually not what early mathematics is for preschoolers, the young children. Their mathematical thinking and mathematical skills are something very different, which is more characterized maybe with this photo of a typical Finnish kind of a meal, where you can start looking at how many plates there are, how many eggs there are, how many bread, whether that is enough for everyone in the family, and so on and so forth. So early mathematics is actually everyday mathematics for very young children, and it's all over them, and it's all around them, and it's all around us, and it's a part of our everyday thinking, which is not necessarily always thought that way. And how to promote this early on, what to do, that's what we have been investigating in our lab. So what are the most crucial aspects that make children to start realizing early mathematics or mathematical thinking that is relevant for young children? We have used this idea of having math classes on. So everyone can have math classes by which you can start noticing numbers of items or shapes or increasing or decreasing and these kinds of mathematical aspects around you. But how to do that? Well, you can put your math classes on, for example, this way. I bet you counted 1, 2, 3, right? So there I got you. You might have started counting things, and that's one aspect of which develops in early years, like around 3 to 5 years of age. So you can spot situations where number or shape, directions, position, size, pattern, or regularity is recognized, and also when something is categorized, like you can look at the table and see like there are spoons, knives, and forks, for example. When something is compared, like I have here more snow than you have there, I bet. Okay. If something is increasing or decreasing, it can be something that can be measured or a size. When something is recent, like what you just presented in an earlier presentation was some very important part of mathematical thinking as well, reasoning skills. So if you start focusing your attention on these on your own and with young children, you should verbalize and make these aspects really visible to all children. So our research shows that it is not self-evident that every child would start noticing these aspects unless we adults guide their attention to them. And one way of doing that would be this kind of idea of math classes or math lenses. And it is important for the adults to start noticing children's own observations and kind of trigger mathematical thinking, get excited about them, enrich them, and take the children to the next aspect of mathematical thinking. It's not just like saying like, well, there are 2 fingers here, but it is like, if you put there 1 more, how many fingers are there then? This is the kind of enrichment that we are talking here. And one really joyful way of doing is to let children to invent mathematical problems and share these with you and with other children. So this is a social phenomena, cultural way of thinking that we share with each other, and that's fun with the little kids. So let the children to discover what they can count, what they can solve, and it is very kind of a, let's say, tiny little problem solving in a years like 3 or 4 or 5 years old, but it is important that they start doing that. So we have been developing these online courses, like in-service online courses in Turku, in our lab, based on these ideas, like how to get adults first to have their math classes on, and then if the adults want to be able to promote young children's mathematical thinking, they have to start recognizing mathematical thinking in children's own activities, because early math appears in activities of young children. It doesn't appear only in those moments when we ask them to draw numbers or ask them to do some kind of school-like mathematics, which is not maybe the most wisest thing to do. It is more important that you learn to guide mathematical thinking also in the ways that the previous presentation talked about. But it's not only verbalizing, but it's also showing and using number recognition. That means numbers of items in everyday actions, like how many potatoes do you want to see, or how many bags can you carry to the yard, or something like that. And the excitement and joy and enjoying the sharing of thoughts and making thinking processes visible by actions and verbalizing is the kind of a core. And we have been using lots of these kinds of methods in which we first build up these activities and these skills in a small group settings, when it's easier to share the thinking and guide young learners. And then we take them to the big daycare groups, so that we bridge the activities between like two one-on-one situations, small group situations, and it's very important that we take them into big group activities all along. So going back and forth with these and finding little moments, little significant moments when we can guide children's attention to mathematical aspects is the triggering part, and that is what starts building up this kind of a rich ways of mathematical thinking that is flexible and useful in everyday activities. So I think this is what I wanted to tell you how we do, and this how we do this in Finland. We have now a preschool new curriculum in test period. Like we have 2-year preschool program that we are testing now in Finland. Like it has thousands of participants, and these are the ideas that are the ground of mathematics early education. So everyday activities, noticing how mathematical aspects appear in everyday life and using these and sharing them with the children. So that's how we think is the kind of a one efficient way of promoting joy and engagement in early mathematics education. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Minna. We do have a little time left, and I thought that this would be a really wonderful opportunity to get some take-home messages and some advice from our panel. So I would like to ask, firstly, what advice would you give to early years teachers to help children engage with science and math? So I'll come to Professor Sibel and Dr. Olga first to address science education, please.
Right, so I think it's really important to engage with the students' own ideas. So as teachers, we have our own goals, but I think this is what Dr. Minna was also talking about, that we start to build on students' own ideas, because we know where they are, and then we can take them where we want to get to. So, paying attention to what the students are thinking and saying. I don't know if Dr. Olga wants to say.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes children can guide you to paths that you wouldn't expect. So they have the most interesting questions, and sometimes you wouldn't have the subject knowledge, the content knowledge to answer these questions, because we're not scientists, we're not mathematicians. When we're teachers, we're trying our best. And the best approach is to discover with them, to have an open mind and be open in discovering and finding more information, going back to them, having this sort of a dialogue with them. That's the most efficient way, I think.
Thank you so much. And Professor Minna, please. for maths education?
Yeah, it is very much the same. Like it is important that adults or have the know enough about how mathematical skills typically develop so that they can recognize sub skills and exactly listen and observe the children, how they are doing and what they are using in their own activities, and then finding the activities that are natural for where we adults also and where the children themselves can use their existing tiny little mathematical skills already, like they can spot small numbers of items, or where if they go every morning and pick up socks for them, for example, they can go and get exactly 2 socks for them, not something else, like not to grab a handful of socks. Like I don't think anyone does that in the morning. So these are kind of the things that they feel very self-evident for adults, but for young children at the critical age, like age of 3 and 4 and 5, these are actually something that not everyone notices, and these are the skills that they have to learn. So it's a super fun thing to do that with children, exactly as you said also.
Yeah, I think you've touched on something there. So, you know, getting children to be involved in fetching things and carrying things, but for parents who perhaps don't feel confident and don't have the knowledge of how early mathematics and science develops, what would be your kind of take-home message for them to encourage their children, or to cultivate joy and engagement, as is the name of the panel, for them to really focus with their young children at home? Is there something, you know, 1 or 2 things you could say for parents specifically? Dr. Minna, you want to pick up on this?
Well, number 1 message is that don't be afraid of math. Don't show that. Don't show to the children, or don't show to the children that mathematics is something difficult or scary, because the math that you need to be teaching or guiding to very young children is something that you certainly can do yourself. So it is just counting small numbers, recognizing shapes and using them. So maybe I would guide you or give you a hint to get yourself a math class. Math class is on, and start counting like how many there are you sitting in that room. I can see like 2, 4, 6, 7 in the front row, for example, and then like maybe 5 in the back row in the room that you are now in Dubai. And so these kind of things are actually kind of an easy to start.
Great, thank you. Professor Sibel, Dr. Olga?
I think what I would say is that it's okay to not know something. It's okay to say, I don't know the answer to this question. Let's find out together. And let's research this together. There's no shame in not knowing something. And I think that's really important to note. Scientists and mathematicians would have had no jobs if they knew everything. I mean, they're researching still because they don't know the answer to a lot of questions. And we don't need to feel the pressure to feel like we need to know everything. So as a parent, I would encourage everyone to be comfortable with the fact that you may not know everything, but you're willing, but it's important to have the willingness to find out. And let's figure this out. And in this day and age with the internet, there are lots of resources that we can tap into to find out. So that would be what I would suggest. You know, be comfortable with not knowing something. It's okay.
Thank you so much, Dr. Olga.
I would agree with that. Just to add to that, the parents can just mirror children's curiosity. So when children are coming with a why question, you can provide some sort of question. If you have the answer, if you have the answer. If you don't have the answer, you go back to them with more questions. And questioning, as we previously had presented some of the questions that teachers can use in classrooms, where parents can use them as well. How do you know? Why is this happening? What's your evidence? This sort of questioning can take place at home as well. And it's very useful for young children to be exposed to this sort of reasoning.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Okay, so sadly we are out of time. I've had a really wonderful time here just for this very short half an hour this afternoon. But sadly, all good things come to an end, and I know that we have a very busy schedule here today at the Expo. So please thank me, and not thank me, sorry, please join me in thanking our esteemed panel, Professor Minna, Professor Sibel, and Dr. Olga. Thank you all so much for joining us today.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. It was an honor to be here.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Rachel, and everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the remarkable presentation. Next, Healthy Body, Healthy Mindset project will be presented by Ms. Faiza Hassan. Hello, everybody. All right. Hello, everybody. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Faiza Hassan over here. I'm a clinical dietitian, a registered dietitian. And I'm going to be presenting a basic project that we've been involved in, referring to as Healthy Body, Healthy Mindset. This project is in collaboration with Dr. Tatiana Karapchuk. She is a professor at UAE University, and it's along with Ms. Aizan Shomotova. She's a PhD student at UAE University too.
You have to face here, Fayazan. You have to face here. When you click, yes, yeah, when you click. Try. Okay.
Okay. So the outline of this project, how we're going to go about this presentation. I'm going to start with the introduction, and basically this presentation is going to deal with the impact of three, let's say, the pillars which recent science has discovered: the impact of diet, physical activity, and sleep on academic achievement in students. And one of the latest recommendations for both children and adults, and we'll move towards conclusion after that. Can we go to the next one?
Let's see. Next one. It's perfect. So
it's going at the back if I go.
Yeah. And you have to face
Starting with this presentation, unhealthy lifestyles. The minute I say unhealthy lifestyles, the first common thing which comes in mind is physical activity, dieting, and lack of sleep. Unfortunately, these three things are usually related to, or they are ascribed to adults. And it's mostly after, let's say, a doctor's visit. When you have, when you don't have a proper lipid profile, your cholesterol is high, you're becoming obese. That's when these things usually come into perspective. These three things: sleep, physical activity, and diet. Even if the emphasis is given to children, it's usually given so that we mitigate future disease risk. Children who are obese, who do not sleep well, for example, studies have shown that they are more prone to disease later on in their lives. But we have very strong evidence to show that an unhealthy lifestyle in terms of sleep, physical activity, and diet has an effect during the formation years. It starts right even before preschool, before 5 years, we are seeing some form of impact on cognition and academic development. So starting with diet, healthy diet should incorporate five components basically. It should be fruits, vegetables, dairy, grains, and fluids, a good amount of fluids, as well as protein. Now, before I start with this, before I start showing you the facts or the results, let me remind all of you that these facts which I have taken are from systematic reviews. For those of you who do not know what systematic reviews are, they are a combination of multiple articles which have been statistically analyzed, and only then we have come up to some recommendations. So in this project, whatever facts here, they are mostly from systematic reviews and meta-analysis, which proves that this is a very strong evidence. So starting with the first one, fruit and vegetable intake was shown to have a positive impact on academic achievement in children. Obesity in childhood and adolescence was negatively associated with math scores. Obesity is a problem. Obesity in children is a problem, unfortunately, the world is facing, and UAE is no different. One study indicates that around the world, 1 in 4, and in another study, around 1 in 6 children are obese or overweight. So this being obese later on, yes, it might put them at risk of future disease, but then it's also going to impact their math scores or their academia today. Ultra-processed food consumption, which is usually, let's say, junk food in the form of chips, soda, etc., has been associated with depression. Why depression is important in academic achievement? Obviously, we do not expect a depressed child to perform well in academia. Meals with family meals with family were positively associated with higher levels of academic achievement. Now, as dietitians, we usually recommend meals with family. The reason why is children or even adults for that matter, when they have individual meals, it's mostly in the form of junk food. Take a McDonald's, take a wrap from somewhere. It's mostly unbalanced. So we usually recommend meals with family, and that has been because meals with family incorporate all the components of a diet, and that has been associated positively with academic achievement. Consuming breakfast has been positively associated with academic achievement. You want children to perform well at school, please give them breakfast in the morning, because if the child does not have breakfast in the morning, in all probability they're going to snack or junk throughout the day till lunch on unhealthy diet, and this will impact their academic performance. Positive association between healthy dietary consumption and executive functioning has also been found in one of the systematic reviews. What exactly do they mean by executive functioning? It's a domain within cognitive processing and refers to the mental capacity to make goal-directed behaviors, including inhibitory control, working memory, attention, and planning. Moving on, fine, we have seen that we have strong evidence to show that diet impacts academic achievement and cognition. But what goes behind it? Why is that? The answer to why could be in two forms. It could be an indirect form or could be a direct physiological form. Indirect forms, usually if the child, let's say, is obese or underweight, the child is going to be more prone to bullying, is going to be more prone to peer pressure. And because of this, the child is more prone to go into depression, and this will affect the child's academic achievement. One more thing, unfortunately, we do see that children who do not fall in a healthy weight category are more prone to diseases, and in certain cases, cardiometabolic diseases. Visiting a hospital is not a fun affair for adults. These children are children. It's going to have an impact on them. Visiting the hospital, frequent visits to the hospital, frequent long stays in the hospital is not going to be something that children enjoy. And because of this, again, this will impact the academic achievement of the child. What are the direct mechanisms? What is going on in the body? Why does diet impact academic achievement? Where do we find the pathways? Now, if you see flavonols and omega-3, I'm sure a majority of you must have heard these terms. These are usually found, let's say, in green tea and eggs and certain types of seeds, etc. They increase the blood flow to the brain. And there are certain areas in the brain which are responsible for, let's say, math, language, etc. One such this thing is known as the dentate gyrus, one area of the brain. It was seen that flavonols improve the functioning of such areas of the brain, besides increasing the blood flow to the brain. One more thing is dietary nitrate, which is found in red beetroot, lettuce, and spinach. It's converted to nitric oxide in the body. Nitric oxide, for those of you who have a bit of a biology background, is a vasodilator. It basically increases the blood flow or the diameter of the blood vessel. So basically, it increases blood flow again, dietary nitrates. Then diet has a direct impact on neurogenesis. Anybody knows what is neurogenesis? Can anybody guess? It's a simple word. Genesis. No, genesis means new. All right. So diet has an impact on developing new neurons in your brain, developing new connections in your brain, because of which the academic performance of the child is expected to increase. Another very interesting mechanism which has been discussed recently in recent articles is the impact of diet on gut microbiota. The colon, the colon in the human body is inhabited by various beneficial bacteria, let's say. And this beneficial bacteria, now the bacteria, the type of bacteria, whether it's beneficial or non-beneficial, is going to change based on the diet you have. So, children who have, let's say, fruits, vegetables, a healthy diet will have a different set of bacteria as compared to those children who are more prone to, let's say, having soda, chips, etc. So the healthy bacteria has been associated with glial development, which is nothing but the brain cell development and function. And this will promote further denser brain networking and wiring. And this will again is expected to improve academic achievement. So we have both ways. An indirect way of as to why diet would a healthy diet would enhance academic achievement, as well as an indirect way, which is via depression or anything or other bullying, etc. What are the recommendations? The recommendations, as I said earlier, no child should go to bed without these 5 things involving their child. As parents, as teachers, as you know, just even for that matter, as friends of adolescents or teens for that matter, they should see to it that these 5 components are there in their diet. Fruits, vegetables, grain, protein, and dairy. Fruits, children and even adults for that matter, should have at least 3 servings of fruits. It could be in the form of 1 apple, 1 orange, let's say 3 dates. These are 3 servings of fruits. So children should be encouraged to have fruits. Fruit juices are not a good alternative for fruits, be it even naturally extracted fruit juices, because they usually remove the fiber, so it's not that healthy. Vegetables, again, children lack, literally their diets lack vegetables. I'm using the word lack because they hardly include vegetables in their diet. The parents, teachers need, or even schools for that matter, should focus on children having a lot of fruits and vegetables in their diet. Protein, and a very interesting study which I recently saw was that camel meat is very healthy as compared to other forms of red meats, let's say mutton or beef, because it contains less amount of fats and more minerals and vitamins. So protein, besides fish and chicken, even camel meat is a very good alternative. Grains, whole grains are recommended, and dairy. mind you, before the recommendation was only low-fat dairy for adults, but right now the recent recommendation is that children also be given low-fat dairy products, be it in the form of milk or yogurt, etc. Moving on, so we finished one, let's say, the pillar which recent science has discovered. Moving on, we move to physical activity. Physical activity, if you pay attention to the first point, physical activity and healthy diet as early as before the age of 5 are associated with beneficial cognitive outcomes. Again, another recent evidence shows that even during breastfeeding, forget when the child is weaning, breastfed children are more intelligent or have better IQs later on in their life as compared to formula-fed infants. So a healthy diet starts right from birth, or I would say, in fact, even before birth, because the mother also needs to have a healthy diet. We have evidence to prove that too. Positive effects of physical activity on cognition, children behavior, and psychosocial function has been seen in some studies. How does physical activity impact academic performance? What's the link? What's going on in the body? Physical activity, first of all, increases blood flow. Blood flow to the brain increases. The availability of nutrients to the brain increases. We will have better outcomes. And physical activity increases something called as the BDNF molecule, also known as the brain-derived neurotrophic factor. Now, this molecule is required for neurogenesis, production of new neurons, their survival and resistance to stress, which will altogether facilitate learning within the child. Physical activity also helps in the regulation of some important hormones. For those of you, basically, even let's say a secondary intervention besides allopathic medicine in cases of, let's say, PCOS, polycystic ovary syndrome, or let's say even diabetes, is the first thing which you hear any doctor will tell you, besides giving you the meds, is perform physical activity, because this is needed to regulate your hormones. Now, the hormones which are important, like estrogen, corticosteroids, and insulin-like growth factor, these are hormones which have been observed to directly impact the BDNF. And BDNF impaction is directly related to learning and memory. Again, denser connections due to physical activity, new neurons forming due to physical activity has all been observed in studies. What are the recommendations for physical activity? Adults, it's around 2.5 hours per week, which many of us find quite a lot, unfortunately, because of our hectic schedules. But for children, it's around an hour every day, and it should include both aerobic as well as resistance in the form of, let's say, walking, jogging, running, etc. Children are also expected to perform physical activity, or it is recommended that children perform physical activity at least an hour every day. Sleep and academic performance. We finished diet. We have understood that diet has an impact on academic performance. We finished physical activity. That also has an impact on physical performance. Strong evidence. Now we move towards sleep. A systematic review indicated that shorter sleep duration was associated with adverse physical and mental health outcomes in children in the form of poor emotional regulation and academic achievement, as well as lower quality of life and well-being. There was a positive correlation between IQ and sleep spindle magnitude. It's not just the amount of hours the child gets to sleep; it's the quality of sleep that the child gets. That's why we usually say children who have mobiles, the mobile should be taken away at night, because we do not want the child to be looking at the mobile, because that's going to impact the blue rays from the mobile are going to impact the child's sleep. So IQ is associated with both the number of hours of sleep as well as the quality of sleep that the child receives. Partial sleep deprivation impairs the initial formation and subsequent consolidation of memories in adults. Something which anybody who has undergone sleep deprivation might have noticed that you tend to remember less. Things just pass by, and you don't even know that they passed by, or you don't remember that something of that sort of happened. Extreme sleep deprivation in adults as well as children will impair the memory in children, and if children are not capable of remembering things, obviously it's going to impact their academic achievement. What are the recommendations for sleep? From preschool till adults, till the teen years, it's around 8 to 10 hours, you can say, a mean of around 9 hours or 24 hours. And for adults, it should be around 7 to 9 hours per day. Now, something which is very important is what there is a project that we have conducted under the auspices of UAE University. We have found out that we have collaborated with schools and we have conducted workshops on children. What we realize and what the evidence also states is that giving children knowledge is not enough. Giving children knowledge on nutrition education or on healthy living is not enough. Children will have the knowledge, but for some reason they will not translate it into behavior. Something which is adults also is very hard to make them translate into behavior, but children it is even more hard to make them translate into behavior. For that, what research suggests, or what we have many articles stating, that we need to have an environment where children are encouraged to follow a healthy lifestyle, be it at school, right, starting from their teacher or the role models they follow, any role model they follow, some star, some celebrity, or anybody who they follow. A personal experience which I see in many children is if the parents tell them something and something else the teacher says, especially children, kindergarten, preschool, they will say, my teacher said this. They are more prone to listening to their teacher. So if the teacher or the school environment is such that it encourages healthy living, children are more, children, especially preschoolers, pre-kindergarten levels, the concept of healthy living will be buried in their minds, and hopefully they will follow it later on in their lives. So we require alteration of school environment and policies. That's the next generation school. It's just not math and science. We need to incorporate healthy living not only because we want a healthy future generation of adults, but because it will impact their academic performance. It will impact how they make a difference. Academia will make a difference. How they think, the logical thinking, how they perform in math, all this will impact. So we need to really start at the school level. We need to involve family. Children whose families are involved, they go for walks, they go to the park, let's say at least 3 to 4 days a week. All this will encourage children to follow a healthy lifestyle. Establishing community partnerships, again, some role models, some volunteers who the children look up to in the form of, let's say, cartoon characters. Cartoon characters have also shown to be effective in changing children's behaviors, although for a short period of time, but children do get inspired by them. By children, I mean, let's say, pre-kindergarten, preschool, they're really involved with these characters. Once they start entering teenage years or pre-teen years, it becomes even more harder to convince them to follow a healthy lifestyle. Yes, modifying behaviors, basic things like eating away from home and consuming fast food, all this should not be encouraged in children by the entire environment around them. So that is it. Does anybody have any questions or any comments that you'd like to ask? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Isaac, please.
Thank you so much. Next section will be online since the stage will be used by the chancellor. And there's a arranged meeting room right beside there. There's volunteer.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll show you where it is.
Yes, there you go.
For those who wants to participate physically, the volunteers here. Yeah.
Yes.
Then
Dr. Hala, join them.
They will
Join them.
we will be back at 4:15 for our last section. 4:15.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, here the same area.
Yeah. right? Yeah. You can start. Okay. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Al-Kaabi and Dr. Asma Abdullah, teaching action research through comics.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله جميعا. السلام عليكم جميعا. Inshallah, today our session is an exhibition, illustrative story intended to hook students' interest into loving and reading more about action research.
Okay, Dr. Ahmed actually, he used to teach action research. Now I'm teaching action research. All the time students are complaining from research. It's something intangible, and they think that it's a difficult course for them. And all the time I'm hearing from students that this is the most difficult course during their journey in the bachelor. So Dr. Ahmed, because he's good in drawing, he start thinking how to make it more easier and more to engage the student more and to make it more tangible for them. So he started his idea about with that. It's about how to teach action research by comics.
So for the session today, the outline is as follows. I will start with the background, about combining arts and action research. And then I will walk you through my first sketch from 2019. And then I will show you my new illustrative story that I did in 2022, inshallah. So before I dive into my new comic idea, I would like to say a little about when and why the idea of combining arts and action research happened to become like a teaching tool in my classroom. And this new idea or comic or manga story originated in my mind when I first taught educational research in 2019. Back then, the class was like full of students. I had students from different academic programs. I had students from special education, physical education, arts and early childhood programs. So all of these students coming from different academic programs were studying educational research. And I am a believer in student differentiation. So I remember one day I was concerned about how to include and incorporate art students' interest into the lesson plan. So to make the students more engaged and motivated. And I was thinking and thinking until I had this aha moment. Like an idea dawned on me, crossed my mind. Yes, why not try to make sketches that illustrate the teachers who try to solve a problem in his classroom? So basically, my lesson plan was about action research, and I wanted to walk my students through the steps of action research using illustrative story. And in addition to that, as you know, some undergrad students like taking education research and doing action research may feel like a bit overwhelmed and may struggle to understand the information and the various steps of action research. And the usual method of teaching this is to show them the steps of action research, starting from identifying the problem, to assessing the problem, to making a plan and then implementing the plan for a period of time and then measuring the impact and seeing results.
I think also one thing important is that when we start asking our student to do one of the tasks is to do an action research in a research course. So the idea of action research is not clear in their mind. All the time they think that they need to do a big research, collect too much data with validated data and all these things. And I keep telling them that this is action research is something that is useful for you as a teacher. You can use it with your class, even with part of a group of the students in your class. It can be for the whole class, can be for one section, for 2 sections, or few students like 5 or 10 students that they are suffering from an issue or a problem you not expect. So by the comics or the pictures that Dr. Ahmed started, I feel that it's more easier for my student to start from the beginning, knowing and understanding what do you mean exactly by action research and why it's important for teachers. One way I keep telling them that this is a tool is recommended for you for your evaluation, yearly evaluation in the schools. When you join the school, one of the things that it's very important in your yearly evaluation is that you need to do an action research. So I think now with these steps or these pictures, now it's more clear in my student because I use it in my class, by the way.
We will talk about that,
Yeah,
inshallah.
okay, yeah.
So about the usual method. So once the students get familiar with the steps of action research, they typically ask to read and review and critique action research that infuse, articles that infuse action research as a methodology. So to make the process like easier for students to grasp the process, I made sketches. So let me show you my first sketch before I show you my new comic that I did. This is the first one I did in 2019. So as you can see, the drawings were not professional, but or art driven, but my students loved them. I inserted all the pictures in one page. Actually, this is one part, there are 3 parts. I inserted all the picture on one page. The size was like A2, it's like big poster. And I handed out 6 copies to 6 groups. And the class was fun. And I noticed here like engagement and discussion there and there about a story, which was very simple. It represents the steps of action research where a teacher has a problem and tries to solve it by implementing certain strategies over a period of time and then evaluate the strategy to see whether they are effective, working, or need some modification. And here, this is like, I wanted to build on what I had started in 2019. This illustration depicts a science teacher trying to solve a problem and use, like he wields the power of action research and use its instruction and steps to overcome his classroom problem and eventually, inshallah, and it thrives. So let me read it for you as we go. Mr. Juma, a science teacher, is staring at his students' grades to measure their achievement with deep quietness and very little movement, except for his eyeballs moving from side to side, scanning the marks.
Well, what a progress in the drawing. How much it's different from the first one.
So here he's pondering the results of the exam he's just corrected. And he's shocked by some students who almost failed the exams, despite his efforts in previous classes, like preparing and delivering solid lessons to his lesson. So he's trying to figure it out in his mind. What went wrong? How did this happen? Here is the moment of identifying the problem. So in this picture here, he wonders to himself, why did these 7 students get low scores in the science exam, especially in the same segment, solar system and universe? And he's thinking, he's tapping into the problem and starts to wonder what made the students get low scores in the exam. In this picture, he is looking back into his memories of the lessons. It's like a flashback of his lessons and the efforts he made during it. And he thinks to himself, I made solo lessons and we spent so much time reviewing the topic before the exam. And you can see the students, the poor students, like passive and boring and maybe sleepy. And all of a sudden, like in a striking moment of realizations, it hits him hard that his students were not like engaged, were not engaged in the class. And then he told himself, oh, I remember seeing them not participate or engage in any way during the class on that topic. So here he's again pondering and questioning and like guessing at the issue at hand. Like, is it that complex? Is it that topic, the solar system and universe complex? Is it that boring? What's the problem here? And he starts to wonder and have this kind of assumptions and possibilities that maybe other of the problems. For him, for him, like this is not enough, not even close. He has to dive much deeper and deeper into the problem and not rely on one single type of data, which is the exam results.
Yeah. Okay, actually here, one of the strengths of using comic is that it was much easier for me to help my student to identify the problem. Before, when I was discussing my how to identify a problem, Jen was one of the research class students. It wasn't clear in their mind how we can identify a problem so that we can work on it. With this comic, actually, I'm just thinking why the student, they gain this mark and why they are not engaged. It was very easy for them to know and to identify how we can identify the core problem. And according to that, how can we start searching for a solution for that problem, and also to draft our research question from that as well.
And also, this was like a lecture at university. I would sneak in some comments while showing these pictures to my students. For example, in this situation, I would ask them what the teacher might do to collect data about the problem. Another question could be, what's the best data collection method to use in this situation, given all circumstances, and why? And this is really helpful to see the student's perspective. I mean, some possible answer to this question could be, the students could tell me like conducting some interviews or conducting several observations, or maybe distributing short survey to elicit input information from students. So each answer could lead, open doors and have like a discussion that might expand the knowledge of students and develop their research skills.
Yeah, and that's what happened actually. It becomes like a flip class. When you just show the picture to the student, then they start generating the ideas. What is the problem? What kind of research question we can have here? How can we collect the data? What do you think? What is the design of the research that we can have? Is it qualitative or quantitative? So it starts being like a flip class during that.
So Mr. Jamal, the science teacher, decides to interview 7 students, and it says here, I might be able to guess what's going on, but I don't want to rush to any judgments. Maybe I could interview each student and see what they think. And it goes on to explain. Mr. Juma starts interviewing each student to get a sense of the problem. The marks are evidence of their low scores, but he wants to assess and get the root of the problem. And as you can see in the first interview, the teacher, Mr. Juma, he asked the first students about what he thought of the lesson. And the students replied, oh, too much information, and the class made me feel bored.
That's true. This is what they are saying.
And also again here,
about the research class.
I would sneak in again and also open maybe a discussion about the number of students like Mr. Juma could include it in the interview, whether 7 or more. Like Mr. Juma could interview the 7 low achieving students, or could interview more to see what they think the other high achieving students, to triangulate the data and to pull all pieces together. And also I could ask them like about maybe about the sort of questions, the type of questions in the interview. Like what if Mr. Juma asked yes, no questions? What if Mr. Juma asked maybe open-ended question, question, what do you think? So each picture can help me go deeper and deeper into the topic. It's like take the students on a learning journey and challenge the students, challenge them with different questions, different possibilities and scenario. all like to guide their thinking. So he introduced now the other students. The girls say, "Oh, it didn't seem fun." So the second student, the other boy, he said the lesson was not challenging. And lastly, well, one student said it's boring. So after interviewing the 7 students and analyzing their answers, Mr. Juma generated several themes from their interview transcripts. Pausing at the upper and second pictures here, I could go and talk, elaborate and explain more about the coding strategies and about the themes and the way they are generated. As you know, in the world of research, there are so many analytical themes that can help us like in constructing and generating themes, such as we have the grounded theory, we have the narrative analysis, and we have the thematic analysis and more. So through illustration, I could go more deeply into the topic. And Mr. Juma found the following themes from the students' responses. The first theme, too much information. The second, no fun activities. And third, not sufficiently challenging. And finally, same rhythm and monotony. So after the teacher made sure what the problem was, he decided to read more about the literature regarding this matter. How to make the lesson more engaging, how to make it more interesting and fun to students, and how to make it even more challenging to the students. And as you can see from the bottom left illustration, he considers asking a more experienced teacher. And the final picture, the teacher tells him like, you could use hands-on activities. You could bring maybe real models and shapes of universe and planets. And you could use even Bloom's taxonomy model in your lesson plan, to encourage students the higher order thinking by building up from lower level to higher level cognitive skills.
And in this part, actually, when we move to this chapter 2 in the task, they start writing the literature review. The first question was, how many words? The first question they used to ask is, how many words needed in the literature review? And I keep telling them there is no word limit. You need to cover the topic. You need to cover all your variables in your problem. So actually here, what was also, it helped me a lot, that how they think about the literature review, how they start searching for the literature review, what topics will be, or titles in the literature review will be, not counting pages or words in the literature review part.
Yes, finally I have my action plan.
You see how much the drawing is improving.
So unfortunately, the story is incomplete. There will be 7 or 8 pages more to show the action plan, the implementation, and the evaluation of that plan to see if the plan is effective and working. And let me tell you this, my previous students who saw the first sketches, they told me these drawings made them feel like the concepts, the steps of action research, make them like more memorable and easier to recall.
More tangible, more tangible, yeah. More tangible.
And besides, but they use visuals and pictures in the classroom, increases students' interactivity, engagement, and discussion. Yeah, I hope you enjoy the story. Next time we'll see the full volume, inshallah. I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, the sketch. Okay.
Yeah, I remember.
Any question?
Dr. Asma, we did the workshop 2 weeks ago.
For teachers, actually, the workshop was for teachers.
And we showed them, but I didn't invite you on purpose because I don't want to like have repetitive workshops. Yeah. So she might tell you like in a brief.
Yeah, actually,
because
the workshop was for teachers, and as I told you, one of the requirements in their yearly evaluation is that they need to prepare action research. And also they are suffering the same issue like our students. The idea of research or action research is not clear in their mind. And sometimes they feel lost. They don't know how to start writing an action research, how they can do it. And sometimes they are saying it takes effort and time, and we do not have actually time. We are overwhelming already in school. So by pictures, it's become easier for them, become something tangible, more tangible. When we say the word research, they think that it is something very difficult. It's like a dissertation or a thesis or whatever. So it needs more time. But we told them it's a tool that you have a problem, you are having, let's say, a phenomena in your class, and with action research, then you can diagnose it, and then you can give the appropriate medicine for your student and to solve that. Okay. And by the way, majority of our teachers, they are doing it, but without, let's say, labeling it that this is an action research. Yeah.
So what's the input when they
They was very happy actually with that, and after that, we have some, let's say, invitation to go and present it. But we told them, okay, pay for us. Not those for free.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much.
One hour break now.
for a while. So I hope that you will, and I trust that you will, because you all have been such a good audience.
By next week, so I will be sharing the invite very soon, but that will be the last that he will be doing for us for this semester. So without further introduction, let's all welcome Professor Zachary Walker. If you can use your reactions and just clap your hands. I think I'm doing it right now. Welcome, Zachary. All right, please.
Thank you. It's good to see all of you. It's nice to see some familiar faces now. This is, I think, the third in our series, and this one is going to be a little bit different. I think the others were maybe a bit more instructional. This one might be a bit more self-reflective, let's say. And again, as you can see, it's called 10 Questions for Educators. And when I say that, I think we're all educators, right? So whether you're potentially a student who's teaching in a class, whether you're one of our higher education faculty, these are some of the things that I speak with educators and in fairness, educational leaders about when I work with them. So again, it's a little bit different, and it's just simply 10 questions. You do not have to respond to any of the questions. They're more for you to think about. However, like all of our sessions, there will be a couple of chances for interaction. And if you don't interact, then I'll just stop talking for a while. So I hope that you will, and I trust that you will, because you all have been such a good audience these last couple. So let's go ahead and get started. Questions. So here is our first question. Are you acknowledging reality? And this seems like one of those questions is, what does that mean? And I think oftentimes if we think about the sector of education, right? If we think about being in classrooms, if you were to go, if you were to fall asleep in, I don't know, 1921, right? So 100 years ago, if you were to walk into a classroom and fall asleep and wake up today, the classroom structure itself would probably look pretty familiar to you. If you were to walk into a hospital, you might not know where you were. If you were to walk into a business place, you might not know where you were. But in some ways, the world has changed so much, and we have to really think about, are we actually acknowledging reality? So I always start with this because I think it's important to, again, acknowledge where we are. And if we look at technology, for example, and obviously the last year has changed how we think about technology, but this is from a group called We Are Social. You can go and you can find all the resources that you'd like there. But if you look at digital around the world, if you look on the left-hand side, that little red square there, about 7.85 billion people in the world. What I'd like us to look at is right next to it, the green one. 2/3 of the population has unique mobile users. And so what that means is when the word unique is that they have their own mobile device, okay? And so that means, and remember, we're talking the entire population. So we're talking babies, we're talking aunties and uncles, we're talking grandparents, 2/3, which doesn't seem that big until you consider the fact that we're including parts of sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, in some areas, et cetera. And so, it's quite amazing that 2/3 of the people actually have their own device, right? If we look a little bit deeper into it, we can see that those numbers are continuing to grow. So by about 2% every year, we're continuing to grow. This year, from January of last year till January of this year, it was 93 more million people had unique devices, right? And then if you look at the essentials, and I think this is quite interesting around the world, again, our total population, quite close, a few more males than females. Annual change, we're growing by about 1%. But that last one on the right-hand side, look at the median age, 31, right? It's quite young. We've got lots of young people out there. And so if you think that that's the median age, look below that, how many of this population are still in schools? And what are we actually preparing them for, right? So let's look a little bit closer at where you are. So again, population essentials here, about 10 million people in the UAE, lots more males than females. Median age is a little bit higher, 32.6 over there on the right-hand side. If we look down the bottom row on the right-hand side, we look at male literacy, female literacy, and overall literacy. So a fairly literate country, right? But I want you to look at the next one, because I think this is quite interesting. Let's look right here at mobile connections, 171.6%. How is that even possible? It's because many of you have more than one device, right? Some of you may have a personal and a professional device, or you have multiple devices that you use daily. And whereas oftentimes the one place that we don't see devices, it's when we walk into schools, right? And so it would be almost like if we just started ignoring the fact that there are pencils in the world. And we said, okay, outside everyone can use a pencil, but in here, no, we don't use pencils. So we want to think about how we use technology. And part of that is just acknowledging the reality that technology is everywhere, right? And if you look at the daily time spent on media, this is, again, in the UAE, 7 hours and 24 minutes a day spent on the internet and on devices. 8 hours a day spent on devices. And that's not including, again, that's not including your work time necessarily. Most of this is your personal time. Time spending watching television, 3 hours. Time spent using social media, almost 3 hours. Time spent reading press, the media, almost 2 hours. Most of our lives are built around our devices now. They're built around our devices. And yet, again, we go into schools and we're not teaching kids how to use them appropriately and responsibly. And then when they do make mistakes, we often get mad at them and we act like, oh, I can't believe they did that. Well, we've never taught them how to use devices appropriately and responsibly, right? And if you think about your own 15, 16, 17-year-old self, you think about some of the decisions you made at that point in your life, everyone except for Myra, she's always been an angel. But oftentimes, and this is obviously, this goes into the neuroscience side of it, we know that people make bad decisions, right? Especially kids. And they especially make bad decisions when they're things that are forbidden to them. So we forbid devices, and then we try to get mad at them when they use them, when we've never taught them the appropriate and responsible use. So again, part of this is just acknowledging the reality that we are very, very tech driven. And to look at this a little bit forward, this is 2014. By the age of 3 to 5, 66% of children are able to play a computer game. 50% by the age of 3 to 5 can navigate a smartphone. Only 14% can tie their shoes, and only 23% can swim unaided. And again, look at the developmental milestones. I'm not saying that they're changing, but there's definitely things that are being added on to how kids develop. So let's play a game real quick. Get those fingers ready. All right, I hope everybody's ready to type these in, because you're going to type these in the chat box. I'm going to put up an icon. As soon as you know what that icon represents, I want you to type it in the chat box. All right, is everybody good with that? Now, if I only get like 1 or 2 responses, we're not going to play this game for very long. So I want everyone to play. All right, so here is your first one. This is really easy. Okay, just tell what you think this might be. Okay, type it in the chat box. What is that thing? Quick, 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 quick. Be quick, be quick, be quick. All right. Good, good, good. What's this next one? What's this next one? What's that? I see Myra got it right. Everyone else is a little slower now. A paperclip, good. No, it's not a paperclip. Yes, thank you. This is Airbnb, right? So this is an industry, obviously, that's massive now around the world. How about this next one? What is this? Oh, sorry. What is this? Let's see if anyone knows this one. Yes, good. The whole College of Education, whoever's running that account, well done. Bitcoin. This is Bitcoin. How about this one? Let's see if anyone knows what that one is. Yeah, Snapchat. Snapchat, good. How about this one? Yep. Last couple here. And by the way, I know who's on this list. I know a couple of you aren't playing. Don't make me come over there. Ready? Here we go. What's that? Now this one may be a little bit harder depending on where you are in the world, because I know we do have some other visitors from around the world. Yes, it's Uber, the car sharing service. You may have heard of it, even if you don't know the icon, which is fine. What's that thing? What's that right there? Anyone? Yep, it's a Kindle. And last one, what is that? What's that stand for? It is a robot. What does it stand? College of Education, yes, Android. Android, it's the Android symbol. So now here's the question. This is what I'd also like to put this in the chat. What do all these have in common? What do all these things have in common? You can take a look at them. They could be apps, perhaps, yep. Kindle and phones aren't, but other than that, they are apps. You're able to recognize them. Yep, good. So they're recognizable, we know that. Now, here's where it gets interesting. We all recognize all these icons. We've heard of these companies, even if maybe they're not, I know that Uber isn't active in the UAE, but you've heard of them, right? We all have access to any of them, and none of these existed 15 years ago. So all these are, which are pretty dominant brands around the world. They're pretty dominant things that we all are aware of, did not exist 15 years ago. And again, this goes back to this point that things are changing, and we have to acknowledge that so many of these things that are now, we can access them from our devices if they're not devices themselves. We go to Bitcoin, we can change our bank statements. We go to Airbnb, we can book holidays. We go to Uber or the particular service that's where you are, and you can get transportation anywhere. You can send messages to each other around the world for free as long as you have the internet. You can send messages that actually disappear using Snapchat within a set amount of time. All these things exist, and none of them existed 15 years ago. And I think sometimes we forget that for our students, they've just always known these. That they've never lived in a world without these, and we have to acknowledge that. So in one word, when we talk about reality, one word, how would you describe everything that we just talked about? From the statistics to the icons, you get one word. Don't try to cheat, one word. How would you describe everything that we just talked about when it comes to reality? A lot of it's technology, yep. Brands building, development. Hyperactive perhaps, yep. Things are changing. It's virtual, good, good. So, yeah, it could be transformational, good. Here's the word that I like to use. Again, reality. It's not good or bad. Oftentimes we judge it as good or bad, right? But it's actually just reality. And this is funny because this is from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. He talks about rules to technology. Anything that was there when you were born is just normal, right? If it was there when you were born, it's a normal, natural part of the world. Anything that is invented between the time you're 18 to 35 is new and exciting. But once you get past 35, anything that's invited, it's against the natural order. It shouldn't be that way, right? And so again, when we think about, are we acknowledging reality, we have to acknowledge the fact that our world is very different, especially if we're over 35, right? The world is very, very different for our students. And so what we can't necessarily do is judge the world based on our perception. When we're teaching, we have to be able to see the world through our students' perceptions. We have to recognize that they would have probably known all of those brands quite quickly, especially if they're localized, and they have probably used most of those icons, right? So again, it can be overwhelming. I absolutely agree with you. That's why we don't want to take on too much, but we can't think it's negative. It's not positive or negative. It's just reality. And the quicker that we acknowledge that, the better that we're able to actually work with it. So, second question, what's your yes but? Anyone know this guy, Dan Rusgaard? Does anyone know what that thing in the middle is? If you know what that thing in the middle is, put it in the chat box. I'll give you just a second. Dan Rusgaard is a architect. He is an architect from Holland. And so he's Dutch. And this is actually, what this actually is this, you can see up top where it's bent a little bit. This actually pulls in pollution, compresses it down, and what it creates is jewelry. So these are all over China especially. They're starting to pull them and put them in parks and other places. It actually takes in pollution, polluted air, takes the carbon down into these small little things and creates, you can create jewelry, you can create lots of things out of it. Now, he's had all these kinds of crazy ideas. And when he was in school, he had these ideas. And what do you think his teacher said to him? Yeah, but that's too expensive. Yeah, but that's not going to work. Yeah, but that's not the way things work. We're not going to be able to do that. As educators, we constantly have to be thinking about what is our yes, but. We always want our students to be able to think and to be able to create, but oftentimes when they come to us, the things that we're not used to, we say, yeah, but, and we give them every reason that that can't exist. Now, what do they hear? When we say yes, but, what do they hear? They hear no, right? Don Rusgaard also built this. Does anyone know what this is? Anyone recognize the pattern? Van Gogh's Starry Night, the famous painting. These are actually bike paths. So instead of having lights by bike paths, these are solar powered bike paths so that people can still ride their bikes at night, and yet you don't have to put in these lamps all along. So you get this natural light so you can ride on the starry bike path and look up and see the stars. Another one of his ideas that when he brought it up, people said, yeah, but that probably won't work because you're not going to have city planning. Yeah, but that seems like a lot of money and it doesn't seem like it would be worth it. Yeah, but what are we going to do with the lamps that are already there, right? So again, what is your yes, but? And this goes to so much to do with our outlook. You know, pessimism is a misuse of your imagination. It's one of my favorite quotes. Of all the things that we can imagine, why would we imagine the but, right? Josh Weisgrau says, you cannot mandate innovation. You can only invent it or prevent it by the conditions you create. So are you creating conditions in your class that allow innovation? We can't say to our students, oh, be smarter, or oh, be more creative, or oh, be more innovative. But what we can do is allow them to come up with just things that are really crazy and maybe to us seem like there's no chance. But what we have to do is we have to turn that yes, but into a yes, and. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. And how would you get funding for that? Yeah, that's an interesting idea. And how do you think that everyone could benefit from that kind of thing? Yeah, that's an interesting idea. Now, what we need to think about are some of these other things that we have going on. We have to think about every stakeholder here. I really like that idea, though. You see what I mean? How do you change yes, but, which they hear no, into yes, and? Next question. Augmented reality came up, right? And I don't know if you all remember Pokemon Go. I'm not sure if it was real big there, but I had written a paper with one of my colleagues on augmented reality and virtual reality in education. Now, we wrote this paper in about 2014, and nobody would accept it. Nobody would take it on until Pokemon Go came out. And then everybody kind of understood what augmented reality was, right? And it was like, we got it published within like 2 months after Pokemon Go came out, because then people could see augmented reality. Now we know we've got augmented reality shirts that people use for science class. So there's science teachers that wear this shirt, and when you use your device over the top of it, it opens it up so you can actually see into cardiovascular systems or things like that. We've got all kinds of things that we can actually use now. Before, everyone was yes, but that will never hit education. And now it's turned into yes, and we could use that for this. Has anyone see these? It's the glove hand. It's an actual, you just, instead of carrying a phone around, you just wear a glove and you can just turn and talk to it when you get rings, right? Sign language gloves that when you sign it, there's a voice that speaks it. So for someone who doesn't know sign language, you can still communicate. So all these kinds of things are yes ands, right? They're all yes ands. We've even got, for those of you who like selfies, and by the way, for our Filipino guests, they are the #1 place in the world for selfies. We've even got these kinds of brushes that you can just, you know, act like you're combing your hair, but have the phones spaces for the phones that actually go in there so you can take your selfie. Or if you are into it, these types of heels that you can wear with wide toes so you can put your phone in there and just take a nice little selfie from time to time. So again, all these though are not yes, but answers, right? They're yes and. And we have to change our mentality as educators. So here's a question for you. What are you learning that's new? What are you reading? And don't just say you're reading the research article about your field of expertise. What are you reading outside of your field? There's a great book by David Epstein right now called Range. And what he talks about is that the next generation of leaders are going to be people who know lots of things outside of their field. And so I know in academia and as teachers, we think, okay, you know, I just got to know this and I've got to know this really well. But we have to model learning. We have to model how challenging learning can be for our students, right? And so what are you reading? I don't know if you've heard of Julius Yego. Anyone heard of him from Kenya? So in Kenya, when we think about Kenya, what is it that we think about as far as athletics go? When we think about Kenya, what would we say they're known for athletically? Marathon running, right? If you think about the Olympic athletes, they're always great runners and they always win many, many medals. He was a big guy. He's like, I can't run, but I want to be in the Olympics. So he literally taught himself to throw the pole vault by watching YouTube videos. And he did so well that he actually made it to the Olympics and represented Kenya, all through watching YouTube videos. Again, we can learn anything we want. I'm sorry, you're right, javelin. I'm so sorry, Giorgio. Thank you for that. It's the javelin. We can learn anything we want, but we have to make an effort to learn, right? And this is a really important point when we think about this. Is nothing to do with age, right? I love Masako Wakamiya, who's a Japanese coder. She took up the piano at 75. She taught herself to code. She creates dedicated apps for the elderly. And one of the things that she says is, I'm so busy every day, I don't have any time to have diseases, right? So this is not about age. We're never too old to continue learning. And what we have to remember in schools is that students can't be the only ones learning. We have to be the ones learning too. And outside of our field, because that will help us relate to them. It helps us model for them. It's all those really important things. So next question, are you allowing genius in your school, in your classroom, in your university? Remember, genius doesn't fit on a rubric. And this sounds quite simple, but I like this rubric. This is a rubric that I use for my classes. If you see there on the left, whatever the criteria is, and then you've got this idea of they haven't passed yet. And as you move farther to the right, B, if you would get a B in class, that's you've shown a pretty thorough understanding. But look at A. To get an A in this class, you have to take a chance. You have to really wow me to get an A. Because B is good, but B is not necessarily innovative. It's not necessarily different, right? To really do something crazy, you have to take a chance and wow me. And so again, when we do that, what does that start to create? Again, it's creating conditions for genius. It's creating conditions for innovation. It's creating conditions for creativity. And those are so, so important. Eden full. Anyone know what that thing on the top is there? Can anyone see that? Tell me what they think that is. What's the black thing? That's actually a solar panel. But if you think about solar panels, the way solar panels are set up right now, if there's a solar panel like this, the only way this is going to gather sun is if I'm over here, right? If the sun's over here. But the sun rotates or the earth rotates. So once the sun's over here, what happens? I'm not having any more solar energy. She recognized this and she had traveled, she had had a chance to travel a little bit through other parts of the world. And she realized how important energy was, and especially in some of our impoverished areas. So she created this where if you look at the top, you see those two water bottles hanging down? When the sun shines on one side, what happens to the water? It dissipates. The other side pulls it down. So you've got this, and then the other side pulls it down because the weight's over here now. And so as the sun moves throughout the entire day, the sun can have twice the energy. These solar panels can create twice the energy. She created this when she was 16 years old, not in school though, outside of school, because she got yes buts from teachers in school. Emma Yang created this app Timeless for her grandmother who has dementia. One of the things about dementia is that oftentimes people will call someone 3 or 4 or 5 times and tell them the same thing because they forgot that they had just called them. So this app actually, if you call again within 5 minutes, it will say, are you sure you want to make this call? Emma Yang was 12 years old, created this for her grandmother, but not in school because she got yes buts in school, right? JewelBots, this is a coding app created by young girls who love jewelry. So it looks like jewelry, but what it does is you have to code to find each other. So it's a game you can play in a public place. So you can play hide and seek in a place and go hide, but in order to find each other, because it's on the jewelry, you have to code, you have to figure out the right code to find where the other people are. Again, all these things were created by young women, but they weren't created in school. They were created outside of school because schools are so structural and they wouldn't allow them the creativity for it. Instead of asking kids what they want to be when they grow up, we should ask them what problems they want to solve. This changes the conversation from who do I want to work for to what do I need to learn to be able to do that. Big difference, right? Big, big difference. Again, think about that rubric. How could you adopt something like that? Right? Next question, what do you know about the brain? This is something that's really important to me in our department, and part of my personal interest is neuroscience and how the brain works and how we learn. So I am going to very quickly go through 12 rules about the brain. So first of all, if we start on the right-hand side, we know that our pedagogy has to be relevant to students. We know it has to be a bit challenging, because if it's not challenging, they'll lose interest. If it's too challenging, right? If it's too challenging, they might give up. If it's not challenging enough, they'll lose interest. So it has to have some rigor. We know that a lot of education is built on relationships. A lot of life is built on relationships. And then these last 3, we just know what's good for the brain. Sleep matters a lot. Diet matters a lot. Reading matters a lot, right? Exercise matters a lot. And so those things, when anyone comes to me, when my graduate students come to me and say, oh, I'm really struggling, I'm saying, well, are you getting enough sleep? Are you exercising? Are you eating right? Let's start there. And then we can go other places. But when we think about the brain specifically, we know, right, that again, movement and exercise are really important. So getting out, walking, moving, that makes a big difference on your productivity and your efficiency. You've got to be exercising. We know that social things are important in class. So let's take these first 2 things. What's the first thing we often tell students when they walk into our class? Sit down and be quiet. Those are oftentimes the first 2 things we tell our students: sit down and be quiet. Worst 2 things for the brain. Worst 2 things for the brain. Our students need to be moving, they need to be talking, they need to be sharing. And there's lots of practical ways you can do that. That's another seminar, which I'm happy to maybe provide at some point. But you've got to be thinking about how much are your students moving in classes? How much are they being social in classes? Music matters. Music is really good for the brain. Again, I'm not going to go into the neuroscience and all this stuff, but it matters. Can you play music in class? Can you give music when you're waiting to do a Zoom call? How can you incorporate music into your classes? Laughter matters. One of the things that I always like to say is that, you know, when you think about learning, the ha-ha leads to the aha. The more that people are laughing, the more open that their receptors are to learning. So we've got to make sure that we're having fun, that we're showing some humor. Novelty matters. Again, there's a time and a place for patterns, and we know that that matters, but doing things the same way every time gets boring for everyone, right? If it's boring to you as an instructor, it's certainly boring to them. And if it's not boring to you, then you've got to figure out how to translate that to them as students. And then again, multimodal, we know that learning styles are not true. It's not a real thing. And so what we do know though, is that the more styles, the more modes that you address, it's important. So for example, you want visuals, you want audio, you want things that people can touch, you want things that they can potentially smell if it relates to your lesson. All those things really matter. And again, as educators moving forward, one of the questions you need to ask yourself is, what do you know about the brain? How are you incorporating what we know about the brain into learning? And I'll give you a quick example, okay? Because oftentimes people say, oh, well, that's just above me. You would never go to a doctor that hadn't studied the body. You would never go to a doctor who said, yeah, well, you know, I know about people and I've walked a little bit, so I know how the legs work. But we go into classrooms all the time and people haven't studied the teaching. They haven't studied the brain and what impact that has. So we've got to start learning about the brain, right? Now, the next question can be a little bit challenging. So again, I just want you to think about this yourself. And by the way, just through some of our conversations, I think I know the answer to some of this, but I really want you to think about yourself here because this question can be challenging. Would you want to work with you? What kind of colleague are you? You all know it when you walk down the corridor, you walk down the hall, the teacher who's always negative. Ugh. Starting the week again. Oh, I'm so tired. Ugh, it's so hot. Ugh, I got so much marking to do. What does that bring? Are you that colleague? Because here's the thing, if you're not excited to be there, your students aren't going to be. If you're not excited to be there, your colleagues aren't going to be. Who are you? What do you bring to the table? Would you want to work with you? And here, remember, this is a decision. This is an active decision you can make every day to smile a little bit more, to not make that negative comment, to be positive. You know, one of the things I always say is Monday's the best day of the week. It might be Sunday in your case. You got 5 straight days to impact students' lives. You got 5 straight days to change lives. That's pretty exciting, right? Would you want to work with you? And again, I know it's fine. I see that there's some jokes and we're laughing a little bit and all that's great, right? It really is great. But I hope you'll think about this because this is an important question. It's a really important question. I think about Principal McCoy. He is a principal who was in the US, he was a principal of the year about 2 years ago. He walks around the halls and just takes selfies with students. He'll walk into classes and just photobomb them. He's photobombing all the time. But again, what kind of energy does that bring, right? Like principals who are supposed to be like gruff and like, you know, being tough on kids, and you got, you know, the person you might be scared of. He's sitting around walking around taking photos, and students come up to him because they want to be in one of his photos, right? You have to be what you want to see. If you want to see kids who are excited about learning, you got to be excited about teaching. If you want to see kids who are excited to come into your class, you got to be excited to be there. It's quite simple, really, but you have a lot of control over that, and we can control that. I like this little phrase about happiness. I'll just show it to you. You can take a look at it. Where'd you find that? I've been searching for it everywhere. I created it myself. And that's what it is, right? We create our own conditions. And remember, you can't always have a good day, but you can face a bad day with a good attitude. That's not saying that everything's always going to be perfect. We know that it's not, right? But what kind of energy are we giving off, right? So here's the next question. Would you want to learn from you? If you were 8 years old or 12 years old or 17 years old, would you want to be in your class? Go back to the 8-year-old you. Would you want to be there? The 18-year-old you, would you want to be there, right? I'm going to show you a video real quick, and I'll tell you a little story about this video before I show it. So this is probably about 9 or 10 years ago. I was given seminars on technology and how to best use technology in class. And this woman who was in her mid-60s at the time came up to me and said, after the seminar, it was a day-long session, face-to-face, live professional development. She came up to me and she said, I don't know anything about technology. She said, but I know that I have to try something. I teach middle school, so like 13 and 14-year-old math. And she's in her mid 60s. And she said, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my iPad and I'm just going to try to make a video based on some of the stuff you said today. Would that be okay? And I said, sure. And she said, can I email you and just check to see what you think? I said, no problem. That'd be great. About 3 weeks later, I get this video.
If the last number's even, then a 2 will do, making this easy for me and you. If the sum of the digits is divisible by 3, you have a 2 and 3, then a 6 will be. If the last 2 digits are divisible by 4, you got your game on and you'll have a high score. If the last number is a 0 or 5, get that 5 in and do a hand jive. If the sum of the digits is divisible by 9, you get that guy in and you'll have a fine time. Number 0, then a 10 will do. Divisibility rules, rap is through.
Now she sent this to me, right? And this woman's name is Marianne Kaiser. And she said, should I show it to my class? And I said, absolutely yes, right? But you can see literally all she did was she put her iPad up on like the counter at her house. You can see her kitchen table in the background. And she made up this rap. And she thought, that's one small way that I can use technology where I feel a little bit comfortable. Not completely comfortable, because she wasn't even really sure how to do it yet. But she's like, I'm going to try it, right? So again, how do you think this went over with their students? They loved it. 13 and 14-year-olds learning math. She had kids from other classes come in and ask her for her autograph, right? So then they kept saying, you know, when's the next video? When's the next rap video? When's it coming out? And she said, I'm not making any more rap videos. You all are going to make rap videos about math. So then every year now it's a competition. All the students have to choose one topic that they love in math and make a video about it. And if you think about all the things they have to learn, not only do they have to learn the technology, they have to write a script, they have to understand the content well enough to make it make sense. And it's become this massive competition where kids are trying to get into her middle school math class just because they know that she's willing to try things. Again, are you willing to try things? Are you willing to be silly for your class, right? I witnessed the teacher tell their class today, I'm nervous about this lesson. I've never done anything like this before. I love that, right? Are you willing to go outside what's your comfort zone? Remember, success is not a straight line. Being really, really good requires lots of mistakes along the way. And again, don't look. About this, and I hope y'all will really, really hear me on this, because this is probably one of the most important things I'm going to say today. We can talk all about grit and resilience and all growth mindset, all those things, right? If we're not willing to do it ourselves, we can't expect our students to be willing to do it. And part of what happens when we try things and it doesn't go well, the most exciting thing we can do is say, well, you know what, that didn't work. Let's try something different tomorrow. Or, you know what, that didn't work at all. George, do you have an idea of how we could do that differently? Or Myra, you know, I know you have a different piece of technology. Could you show me how to do that? See what I mean? We have a chance to model resilience and persistence and growth mindset and grit and all those things we say we want in our students. If we're willing to make mistakes and just acknowledge that that didn't work well, that's showing them how we can do it, right?
ورثي دكتور حنان المراشد لطيف العامري شمال الحرسيسي إيمان حمد ألاقي حسون الدين أحمد الخضرمي عائشة الزقابي إيمان الشيباني ميا سعيد العامري to present I'm monitoring STEM and sustainable project for proposed with gifted students in the UAE. Thank you.
Well, before I start, I hope Dr. Hanan and our lovely distinguished high school students, those who are going to join virtually, if you can open your camera so we can see you, you can be part of the panel. All right, well, good afternoon to all of you. And thank you very much for being here today and for attending our panel, which is very late at the day. But we really appreciate your attendance and we are very happy to have you. Today, what we are going to talk about, the high school students' experiences with the mentoring program. And let me just, I'm going to give you a brief overview of this program. The mentoring program is a program that has been offered by the Special Education Department last year for a number of high school distinguished high school students who are really highly academically talented, just like those beautiful students here with me. So the program was really based on Gonzalez's school-wide enrichment model, the 3 E's, which is engagement, enjoyable, and enthusiastic. Also, this program was aimed to help the students to enhance their creativity, their problem-solving skills, and to nurture the students' unique talents. And that was basically by linking the students to an experienced mentor. The program also includes 3 phases. In the first phase, the students were, we grouped them in 3 groups, and that was based on the students' preferences. We call them clusters. So the first cluster was delivered by Dr. Rhoda Myra Baxel, and the cluster, yeah, she's here. And it was in art, literature, book club. So that was the area of the first cluster. The second cluster was delivered by Dr. Ahmed Hamdan, and it was in the area of STEM. And the third cluster was delivered by Dr. Maxwell Protocol, and was in the area of research. And I'm very thankful to all my colleagues for their support and for their participation in this program. So that was the first phase. The second phase, the students, and we also have 9 high school teachers who participated in the REAPS model training. And that was, this model was developed back maybe in 2004 by Professor Maker from Arizona, the University of Arizona, and also by Mr. Randy Pease. And both of them, they have trained 9 high school teachers and also a number of high school students. And the REAPS model really stands for real engagement, in active problem solving model. And this model also aimed to support, I would say, the 21st century skills, as it enhances the students' collaboration, communication, problem solving, and creativity skills. So that's what we are going to do today. We are going to ask the students to share their experiences, you know, with the REAPS model. And also we are going to have Dr. Hanan Murajda, who is the math teacher, and she's also going to share her experience with this program. So now we are going to start our panel by asking general questions to the panelists. Then after that, we are going to provide the distinguished high school students an opportunity to share with you the innovative solutions that they have come up with. At the end of the REAPS model, the training program, the students were asked to come up with some solutions for the plastic recycling problem. And also, the students were also engaged in implementing the REAPS model by following 8 steps. And based on that, students were able to come up with these creative solutions. So today you will get the chance to see and to hear the students' stories about their participation in the program and to see also their outcome, and what they have been able to do. All right, so now, yes, I'm very glad and happy to see Ada Hussam with us. Iman, Hamid, Maya, Saeed, Shema, also with us. And of course, here I have Ahmed, Majid, and I have Iman, and I have Aisha. And Dr. Hanan, and I can see Dr. Hanan Murad. We have also the school principal of Al School, Mrs. Lutfiya Amri, which I hope also that we can see all of them. Great, we can see you now, Dr. Hanan. Yay! Wonderful.
We are so sorry, Dr. Hala. So we are facing a little bit problem with technical issues with Ms. Latifa. We tried to fix that, but we hope that it will be fixed soon. So I'm so sorry for that.
Wonderful, great. But it's really great to see you all here. Wonderful. So now let's start then, because I was really planning to start with Mrs. Lutfiya, if we can start with her speech, or maybe if she wants to say anything about the partnership between the College of Education, the I mentoring program, and also, with our I guess, partnership with the Baptist School. If that be the good time, or probably we can leave it later. We can do it after the.
Yes, I prefer if we could make it later until we fix that issue.
All
So
right.
that will be great.
Okay, so let me start with my first question. I really want to hear from you about, your experiences, right, in your participation with the RIBS model, and also I would say the I mentoring program, because in the program you are actually participating in two phases. Phase 1 with the clusters, and in phase 2 also with the RIBS model. So I want to hear really how could you describe your experiences, right, in the I mentoring program. So if you are really, if you want to voice your opinion, please raise your hand so I can give you an opportunity. And we would love actually really to hear all your voices. So who is going to start first? So the first question, how can you describe your experience? Yes, go ahead.
I mentoring program was a unique and challenging and fun experience. Showcased how the world has many problems that we may oversee. We live in a great country that lets us avoid these problems, but when you get into it, you see that the world has many problems. Thanks to the I mentoring program, my point of view on the world has changed. And I noticed that we as a people should dive on this problem. And thanks to the I mentoring program, I've learned many stuff, new stuff. I've felt challenged. I used my brain in a different way that I hadn't been taught before. And in general, it was a fun and challenging experience and a new learning opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I felt so enthusiastic to know I'm doing challenge for the first time. I was very happy, very excited. This challenge really helped me understand how the world, what is going on in the world more. It made me believe more in myself, and what we can do is we really believe in ourselves.
Yes, anyone from those who are joining remotely, or Aisha now she wants to.
So I actually feel like I learned how to solve problems in a realistic way, because we've always been taught to have a problem, find a solution, but none of it is realistic. And having our solution come to life, I feel like helped me develop so many different skills, and the whole program helped me build confidence in my thoughts and how I come up with ideas, and working with different people really helped me develop as a student and maybe as a human being in the society, learning about how our world is different. Like, I'm grateful to be in the UAE, but there's so many other places in the world that need help, and getting a chance to find a solution that could possibly help them is really nice, and I think it's a really important movement here.
Dr. Hanan, go ahead.
I would like to add that I love to highlight that it's important nowadays to talk about global competency, that we already talked about it when we attended the Qudwa Biza Global Competence Forum 2022. It was really a great opportunity to look at that report. It was presented with Andreas Schleicher, that he talked about how important for us to prepare our students to be.
Hannah, you are muted.
So sorry. So let me repeat again. I'm talking about when we attended actually just before a few days the Qudwa Biza Global Competence Forum 2022. It was really a great chance to look at that report that was presented by Andreas Schleicher, who talked about how important that in our life. So now we are not preparing our students only to be another copy of the book. The book is there for them, but we need them to be like really those participants in their real life, because real life is there outside their books. So now, after my students participated in REEPS and I did myself, I can say that now we could look differently to our life. And in this way, we can say that we are now, could be considered like those who are active in our environment more than before. It is now, we can say that it is preparing ourselves and our students to be those interconnected people to life, because whatever is happening anywhere in this global society, it will affect us. And what is happening in our environment also will affect the global environment too. So again, global competency is very important. Participating in such programs like the REEPS model is really important for every one of us.
Thank you, Dr. Hanan. Anyone else? Shamna or Iman, Ala, you want to share what do you think? How can you describe your experience with the I mentoring program? Ala, you are laughing, so I believe that you want to say something. Go ahead.
Personally, participating in this program did benefit me by encouraging to express my logic in creative and beneficial ways, and also spend my energy on a major that I'm really into. It also encouraged me to help more and more people. In my point of view, my only way for extreme happiness is to see positive results by ideas that I have created or improved.
Thank you. Yes, all right. So here, I'll come back to you, Ahmed. When you have started, you said that this program, it was challenging. You have learned so many, in this program, and it helps you to think differently. So can you elaborate more on that? And I'm very happy to see Professor Shoemaker and Professor Zimmerman. Seems like both of them are joining our panel. So we are very happy to have them also. Yes, Ahmed, you want to elaborate more, please?
Before starting the program, our brains in general as students, small, doesn't see the bigger picture. So we don't think about the small things, the pollution, the solitary health, and it's a very serious problem. But thanks to the programs showcasing us many problems our world faces, we've discovered that we should think more. By changing our point of view, you can see like a water bottle here. If we left it, it can be a bigger problem in future generations. We should act instead of just raising awareness, for example. We should do as the program is doing right now by motivating the students to think that way.
Yes, and I will go back also to you, Aisha. You have also talked about how you started now. It helps you actually to increase your self-confidence, right? So if you can also elaborate on that. How did you feel like this program helps you in this?
I feel like this program gave me a chance to show my thinking and show my way of coming up with solutions and supporting it, giving me a chance to voice my ideas with positive feedback. Any idea I had came back with positive feedback. It may have not been the best idea, but somehow I got feedback from my classmates, from my mentors, to help me develop this, and this helped me become more confident. Instead of thinking that my idea was just bad, I got a chance to see how I can change this and make it better and think of it in a more realistic way.
All right. And do you want to add anything?
Well, I think this iMentoring program really helped us as students find what we like, our hobbies, because like,
so you're referring to the first,
yes,
the first phase of clusters,
yes,
right?
the clusters, and even like going through the phases, I understand now that I like science and I like technology. It's like we as students from when we were young, we had like those 7, 8, 9 subjects that we have to ascend every day, but you don't know what we really like. So it helps us find out what we are inspired of and stuff.
Great, thank you. Yes, anyone else want to share about how did you find the program? How does the program help you when it comes to your thinking? How does it help you when it comes to your self-confidence? Any comments, Shona?
Yes, it was a challenging for us, but with all the difficult and positive and negative things, we enjoyed it. It's a very much because it has a many have a many verbs ideas and also related to many and difficult files. We had to be a one-hand copper and participating. We are students always striving to creative and develop and progress so we can be a one hand and together forever.
Thank you, Shama. Yes, Maya.
Yes, it was a very interesting and challenging for us. We as a group find it hard at first to do the research part, especially that our idea was full of the technology innovation. So we had to take some CDI classes in order to design the best for the real life prototype. That was a very challenging, but we find it interesting to discover more for our project, especially that we do all of this work in right intention to save our environment and to help the children and that the patient that are children. Yes.
Thank you, Maya. Ala? Yes, Ala Hussein.
This program developed my 21st century skills, and me especially critical thinking and problem solving. I also want to mention that because our tasks were fully digital, this helped me to improve my digital literacy, to express what comes to my mind with all views that I want to share.
Can you elaborate more on that? What do you mean by digital literacy, and how does the program help you in this regard?
I had to learn how to create surveys, how to create 3D prototypes, how to edit videos, and improve my skills in those 3 majors.
Thank you so much, Ala. Yes, Iman Hamid?
The most I liked in this program is that they grouped us into teams and the solutions are made by teamwork as they collaborate with each other. We created solutions from different angles by meeting other friends that think like us. It is better to think with 10 brains than 1 brain.
Great, and actually that's one of my questions, Iman. I would like to know more about the group work. And have you faced any kind of challenges, working with the group, or did you find it more like it's enhancing, as you said now, your collaborative skills and cooperation skills? And also, I would like to hear from you more about the role of the mentors. And I think we were very grateful to have the 9 high school teachers who were really serving as a facilitators during the REAPS model. And of course, we also have Dr. Ahmed Hamdan. We also have Dr. Maxwell and Ms. Najah, who were, all of them, they were also there, and they were also, served as a mentor during the training program. So could you also share with me, or share with us more about your experiences about, working with the mentors and working with the groups? to come up
Yes,
with
we
your
do some
solutions?
research with each other. First of all, first step we did is to do a Padlet that collect our ideas. We research about the problems and find some solutions. This is important. Collaborating in this step is very important. This show our collaboration and our mindset.
All right. Yes. Anyone else? Is Aisha?
So I think the biggest thing is this whole thing was digital. In fact, I didn't know who Iman was personally until today. So I think the whole collaboration thing was, we had to build confidence in each other and how to be confident in each other's abilities and being open to different ways of communication, open to each other's ideas, even if you don't know them, because we don't go to the same school. This is like across Abu Dhabi and the Ain, so we really don't know each other personally. So having to work with people outside helps us develop our social skills, our collaborative skills as a whole, and it helps us improve and learn so that in the future, as adults and as valid people in society, we get a chance to learn how to work with others and generally just how to be open to everyone, no matter who they are.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Yes? Anyone else? Yes, Dr. Hanan. Go ahead.
I would like to add something important as a mentor in that program. Now, when I noticed how much my students and other students were collaborating together, it was really amazing that they brought some ideas, even in distance. Now, in the same group, we had students from my school, from Al Badia School, in addition to other students from Abu Dhabi, from government school, and also private schools. Now, how my students were cooperating together, creating new ideas and solving problems. And you know, Dr. Hala, we faced also many problems, and it was really a time for coming up with creative solutions to what we are facing for these technical issues. I remember that my students created a lot of ideas. One of them that they used videos, they create their own videos and they collaborate together. Even family members were also added to that work. So it was really like a network. Nowadays, I can see that they still are in contact to each other and they are asking about new cooperative, let us say, ideas and regions and fields for them. So again, the research, how my students start to think, it's really completely different than how they end up. Now, at the beginning, when they gather information, they gather everything they want. But after a while, they were very specific. They are thinking about what is really going to help them or not, and what is going to allow them to achieve their goals. So they really look differently and they added a lot to each other. This was really amazing. And even for me as a mentor, I can say that we are still thinking, we are still learning, whatever we are. And in this regard, I'd like to say that I like what I studied about Aristotle when he said that educating mind alone without taking care about the heart is no education at all. So now our students start to think and use what they are studied at the school to inform and help their environment. So this is really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, Hannah?
Yes. The program was a little bit stressful at the beginning, but now I have the braveness and the great attitude to enter any conversation to express what goes through my mind without getting hesitant. And also, I was shocked by my teammates' energy, their talents in generating solutions and using technology to present their ideas in creative ways, such as editing videos and creating 3D prototypes using several programs and apps was amazing.
This is really great to hear because now what you are all saying that shows us that with the mentoring programs really was, we were able, I guess, with this program to achieve our goals. It's really to help you to think out of the box. It's to help you, to stretch your mind, right? And to start to think differently. And that's really great to hear. My last question is really about the challenge part. Most of you said that the program is challenging, right? So I want to know more. What do you mean by challenging? And which area, for example, give us more concrete examples of where you felt that it was challenging to you.
For me personally, having the leadership and the spotlight was made me nervous at the beginning. But as I told you, after this program, I learned how to express to all the audience, my target audience, what I want to tell them.
For me, the challenging part was creating something that wasn't there. It wasn't available to us. So we had to think outside of the box to find a solution to our problem.
Thanks.
Yes. I think, like I said before, challenging part is meeting the new people in your team and not knowing who they are or what their capabilities are. It's also, like you had said, coming up with a solution that's just different. It's not something that you see every single day, because that's the whole point. You're supposed to think outside of the box and come up with a solution that's not only special but also realistic, that will come to life, that will benefit us as humans and in society, and so we grow as a society. So thinking on a wider scale is also something that I found challenging. Yes.
The most challenging part was how we had to be creative. Creativity forces you to use your brain more than you use it in school work. So this was the most challenging part, at least for me.
Thank you.
And also taught us how to work with other people and then taught our social skills. So it benefits us as a student and as a human. So it was challenges that are done to benefit you as a human.
Wonderful. This is really great to hear. Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Hanan?
Well, I'd like to add that our students were thinking in different angles to the topic. So when we asked them to start thinking about different angles, at the beginning they were confused. So they thought that any idea now it is helping. But after a while, after discussing, for example, they are discussing the plastic pollution from an industry point of view, or from another angle, like thinking green, or like awareness. So it's really different. So producing solutions from one different point of view, now it was really challenging at the beginning. But after finishing the program, now they started to think that there are different angles to any topic. So we can't just look to one side, only one-sided thinking. So this broadened their thinking. And I think that this is one of the major benefits that the students gain from that program.
Thank you, Dr. Hanan. And then we have Iman.
In my opinion, the most challenging thing is the main problem, because the plastic pollution is a big problem that threatens the life on Earth, including human, animal, and the environment. In addition, we have received many guides from our instructors. This is really interesting because it helps me on creating many effective solutions.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of you for sharing with us your insights about your experience with the iMentoring program. And now we are going to move on to the second part of the panel, which is going to be the presentations. We will have three presentations, and the presentations are about the plastic recycling problem, or plastic use and the disposal of plastic waste. And based on the program, the students were asked to think about the problem from stakeholder perspective, and they were different stakeholders. So now I hope each group, when you start to present your work, please let us know from which stakeholder perspective you did, you thought about your problem and you came up with your solutions. So we will start with Ahmed Majid, and then we'll go to Iman and Aisha, and then we'll go to the third group of Badia School students. All right.
Yes.
Yes. Was it Mazea? No, there's other. You need the mic. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ahmed Majid, a senior on Adric Schools, and I've come here to share with you my idea thanks to the I'm Mentoring program. Let's first talk about pollution in general. What is pollution? Pollution is a problem we humans have caused, and it is something that has harmed our ecosystem for a while now. There are multiple types of pollution. One famous one that people have started to act on is air pollution. What is air pollution? Air pollution is caused when harmful substances goes in with the air, and it can cause harm to many organisms, such as us humans and animals. Let's talk about how people have started to act on the problem. We have seen an increase in the production of electrical powered vehicles, which is a plan to replace vehicles that combust and cause carbon dioxide, which later on goes into the air and cause pollution. Can I ask who here knows or uses an electric vehicle as a daily car? Or as a no one?
No.
Okay, this is exactly the problem. This is the problem. We in 2022 are over the stage of awareness. We should act. Now let's talk about plastic pollution. Plastic pollution is something that has been discovered by scientists in the 1960s and early 1970s. Did you know that water bottle, a small one, takes 450 years to dissolve? It is a serious problem and we should act on it as soon as possible. We've come with the idea of the green area. The green area looks to motivate and make it easier for people to act. How many times have you considered being an eco-friendly person? Yet, you can't find a recycling bin near you. With the green area, there are markers indicating nearby recycling bins. Perhaps you have general waste in your home by there. Plastic, aluminium, any type of general waste. We'll send the personnel directly to your home, pick up the general waste and deliver it directly to our recycling facility. In addition to contributing to saving the planet, you will gain points which later on you can use as reward. You get rewards. Two birds with one stone. You save the planet and you get rewards. Perhaps you're looking to purchase from a shop that's listed as eco-friendly. We've provided you with a list showing shops in the UAE that are listed as eco-friendly. We've also provided a panel that talks about the other multiple types of pollution, including plastic pollution, and how you as a person can help save the planet by, let's say, substituting a plastic bag with a paper bag, or using a canteen instead of a plastic water bottle. We humans currently have a parasitic relationship with our planet. We benefit from it, yet we harm it. We should indeed look for a mutual beneficial relationship where we both benefit from each other and neither of both parties are harmed. Hopefully in the next few years, we see our country and the whole world pollution free.
Thank you very much.
So good afternoon, everyone. This is our So this is our ZIA project proposal. I'm Asha Sarabi. And I'm Ivan Shrivan. Zero waste management is a business which hopes to help the UAE. Zero waste management is a business which hopes to help the UAE reduce its annual waste production, while also helping its people understand why and how this is important for our country and the planet as a whole. This business is based on the concept that everyone should unite to make the planet a better place to live at, while also using technologies and AI that have been developed in the past few years to great potential. We believe this business to be important because it represents creative young minds creating innovative solutions to modern problems while also connecting people. So this is our mission statement. The Zero Waste Management Group seeks to introduce laws, penalties, and solutions to enforce corporations and communities to reduce waste. Here you see our problem. In 2012, the UAE hit its maximum solid waste production. However, in 2015, that was reduced by 4 million tons. Still, throughout the past few years, that has increased. In 2019, we have reached 11 million tons of waste, and that's the problem. And this is what ZIA is trying to reduce. We as ZIA want to make new robotic garbage bins that separate recyclable trash materials from non-recyclable trash materials. We want to have a great facility producing the robotic bins, having employees get the recyclable materials to our facility, and a company that recycles and produces useful products and sells them for affordable prices. This robotic bin is programmed to separate and differentiate between recyclable and non-recyclable products. So as we put the garbage bin inside it, it will open it and then detect recyclable materials and put them to a side, and detect non-recyclable materials and put them to the other side. Then we will wait for ZIA's own company trucks to come by and pick up both the recyclable and non-recyclable trash materials. Those trucks are different because they will have blue and green sides to differentiate between recyclable materials and non-recyclable materials. After that, we will drop off the non-recyclable trash materials where the municipality tells us to, but we will bring back the recyclable materials to ZIA facilities where they can be recycled into something useful and sold for affordable prices. For the solution to work, we're going to have one robotic garbage bin in front of each home, or a large robotic garbage bin between the homes. As you can see, this is our model for our company. Our company will be split into two sections, a private and a public section. The public section will include the entrance, the store, and the employee training section. Behind that, we will have the private section where the material cleaning section is, the robotic production space is, and the recycling area. First, as the garbage trucks get to the premises of the CR facilities, they will drop off the recyclable materials in the cleaning sections where they will be cleaned by ZS or employees. There, after it is cleaned, useful and clean resources will be sent to the recycling area where they will be recycled into something useful and sold or stored in the selling or storage area. Finally, the robotic garbage bins will be produced in the production area for robotic garbage. Here you can see our model for the actual garbage bins. On the top side, you'll see the total amount of garbage that's in it in kgs. And then on the right side, you'll be able to see the non-recyclable material, also shown in kgs. And on the left side, you'll be able to see the amount of recyclable material that's in the trash. Our logo will also be at the front of the garbage bin. Who we will collaborate with? Both CEDU and EEG Waste Management are excellent companies. These companies recycle and produce different materials, and also they clean our environment. However, these facilities are not well known. So we believe that collaborating with them would be able to produce more eco-friendly products and be able to sell them in a more productive way. How would this benefit the UAE? This will reduce the annual waste production produced by the UAE, which will thus help improve the community's health by reducing the amount of waste being treated into landfills. On a global scale, this will help manage how much pollution is being produced, as well as it will lessen the excuses of people on why they're using such polluting materials. This will allow people to have an open mindset towards eco-friendly materials, and it will also help lower the pollution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we will move on to Advantage School students. Yes. It's yours now.
Hello everyone. We are Al-Badia School team. We are going to introduce our solutions for saving our environment from plastic pollution. But before that, we're going to introduce ourselves. So I am Maya, the implementer.
I'm Ala, group leader.
I'm Iman, the resource investigator.
And I am Shamma, a motor evaluator.
Okay, and it's me, Dr. Hanan, the team supervisor, and we are sorry that Sama couldn't actually join. So please enjoy our school presentation.
When we think about the word environment, first thing that comes to our mind is the description pollution. So now let's see together how we can reduce harming our lands and nature from pollution. Next.
The next slide, please.
Can you take the sharing, please? 1 minute.
Shoma, can you do a full screen share? Yes. You can go to the other slide. Yeah. Okay. So brainstorming, Padlet. We use the website Padlet, as you can see, to collect all of our knowledge about the problem, which is plastic pollution. Next, Shama.
From the brainstorming we had made, we chose the 42 realistic solutions, and from them we chose the best for creative solutions that will be the focus of our implementations.
The next slide. So the solution statement, we want to reduce using plastic. So we figure out 4 ways. First of all, recycling and using biodegradable plastic, use clean energy and an innovation that turns plastic waste into electricity. So first of all, recycling. So in order to relate recycling in our real life, we think about building a smart machine, a building machine that plays in beach or places which use plastic are a lot in, and this machine will give you 1 AED for every 20 plastic bottle. So people will get excited to collect used plastic, and that will help the environment. And the used plastic that the building machine collects will be used by manufactured toys or something interesting for those children patients in the hospital. So as you can see, we use the 3D paint program to make a prototype for our innovative idea. The next slide.
Now we're going to play video that represents how the whole process works in Germany. Please, Shama, play the video. As you guys saw in the video, the process will start in the moment when the customer puts in the bottle. After entering the bottle, the machine will take it and reward the customer some credit. We have improved our idea to work on glass, not just the plastic. Please, next. Our special technique is to prepare our target audience before starting to apply the program. So we have to attract the community attention to what we are planning to do. The way to attract the community attention is by offering them awards. Simple real-life example is the arcade. You play, you gain. So we will reward customers points after each process. Our second solution statement is by using biodegradable plastic. In simple words, green plastic in our daily uses instead of the normal plastic. Bioplastics come from natural renewable resources, which means is that bioplastics are eco-friendly to use and dissolve in nature without harming or taking too long to dissolve like normal plastic. In this picture, you can see that it shows the difference between bioplastic and other types of plastic. We can generally conclude that plastic and degradable plastic don't dissolve completely, and their harm is so huge. Literally, it can change the food chain. It can end the food chain. Bioplastic do not leave any remain microplastic, but other types of plastic do. Bioplastics manufacturing. Here, we will see where the bioplastics are extracted from and what steps we'll go through. First, we will extract the plastic from plants, for example, corn and starch. Second, we will use lactic acid for dissolution. Third, we created chemical compound of bioplastic by using substance called polyethylene. Fourth, last but not least, use what we created in different forms of products.
Our third solution is to use clean energy like solar, wind, or hydro that increase the efficiency to improve technology that can help reducing plastic pollution. An example of that is the ocean cleanup machine. Its function is to clean the ocean by collecting plastic bags. It uses lots of sensors to detect strange objects floating above the sea. This machine will collect the plastics and store useful ones to be recycled. And of course, the United Arab Emirates is a pioneer in this field. as there are many large projects that use clean energy to preserve the environment and reduce pollution. And our fourth solution is an innovation that turns non-recycled plastic into electricity. This mechanism was developed to generate electric power by converting plastic into electricity and hydrogen without any plastic leftovers, as it's completely converted. It is done using thermal conversion and chamber that deals with plastic waste, where the plastic evaporates, releasing hydrogen and a synthetic natural gas component that is used to generate electricity. This mechanism leaves a small amount of solids and liquids, but without causing gaseous emission, which means that it is much less harmful. And finally, we have evaluated our solutions based on different criteria. There are many disadvantages, but we are developing ideas to make them more effective and creative.
Thanks for listening. If you have any questions or queries, please don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you very much. Great presentations. I have really enjoyed it. I'm sure that all the audience here, they have enjoyed your presentations, your ideas, and we are looking forward to see your ideas in real life, right? Thank you very much. And I would like to take this opportunity and also to thank actually Adi, and really a special thanks to go to Dr. Muna Al-Amri for her support, during this program. She was the one who nominated the high school high Shibari students, and she actually recommended you, and she was the one to encourage the students, to participate in the program. Also, I would like to thank the university administration, the College of Education Dean's Office, and more specifically Dr. Najwa Al-Hosani, the College of Education Acting Dean, because of course, without her support, this would not be possible. Also, I would like to thank Professor Drew Baker and Professor Zimmerman, Mr. Randy Fees, and I would like to give them a couple of minutes if you want to say something. Professor Drew, can you hear me? I know it's too early in the morning back in Arizona. All right, so what about Mrs. Latifa? Dr. Hanan, can she still join?
Actually, Dr. Hala, I'm so sorry that we tried actually badly to make her join, but these technical issues just prevented her. So I'm here just on her behalf. I'm really thanking you and Dr. Ahmed, Professor June, and Mr. Randy for this opportunity that it's really developed our students' thinking, and it has really helped them on the academic and the personal level. So we are so thankful to this cooperation between our school, Al-Badia School, and let us say your college, the educational college, and it is like a source of pride that we are cooperating with you, and you are helping us every time to reshape our gifted and education initiatives in our school. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And again, we are so sorry that Ms. Latifa joined these technical issues to join. So sorry.
Thank you very much. And we are very honored to have all of you. And actually, I would like also here to, I guess, express my apology for the remaining of the students, because all of them who participated in this program. We have about 96 high school students who participated in phase 1, and we have about 40 students who participated in phase 2. And we were not able, of course, to fit them all here today in 1 hour, but for sure, we will have the time. We can also invite them so they can share their experiences. So now we'll go back to Professor Drew Baker or Professor Zimmerman.
So I'd just like to say I really appreciated being able to be here and also listening to these wonderful presentations by the creative students from the UAE. And I also just want to remind everybody that we would like you to write a blog that we can post on our website, the Global Cooperative Synergy Group, where we are connecting students from all over the world who are working on different international and local problems. So thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to work with such wonderful creative students.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have really enjoyed working with you, and I think now it's clear from the students' presentations, from the students, you know, your perspectives. It's clear that the REAPS model works, and it does. You know, it's an effective model to be implemented in the United Arab Emirates. Professor Zimmerman. Professor Zimmerman is also, you know, he developed also the REAPS model in collaboration with Professor June. So, want to say any word? Final word, maybe.
You might be muted.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. I thought that it was an incredible presentation. I thought working with the UAE on this, particularly with the work I did with concept maps, was not only enjoyable, but I learned a lot about doing this kind of work, and I hope it continues. And as you mentioned, now it's time to put the ideas and goals of the students into practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here. We really appreciate it. And at the end, I would like also to thank the organization committee, and of course, Dr. Rhoda Myra, the chair of the innovation committee, right, at the College of Education, and Mrs. Aisha. Thank you all very much for all the audience. Thank you for being here, and thank you for our lovely students, for Dr. Hanan. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Awarding of certificates. Ms. Aisha Al-Zabi. Ms. Al-Shabani. Some presentation. And Mr. Ahmed Al-Sabah. Yeah. My mentor. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank our distinguished keynote speakers who shared their valuable experience at this event. All the faculty, presenters, students, volunteers, and audience who have contributed the best effort and assistance in organizing the event and ensure the success of it. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy your time. Have a safe trip back home. And we hope to see you tomorrow with a new series of exceptional events. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
يلا بنات يعطيكم العافية. Good luck. Bye bye.